Welcome to Truth Uncompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by SourceVibrations.com. All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. And tonight is Thursday, February 18th, and I know our host, Sis Sahida, is in the house. Sis, are you there? I know I see you, beloved. So I don't know if you dropped off. So Sis Sahida is in the house. She'll be on pretty shortly.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, beloved.
Hey, you know me and my headset, okay? I can't understand the family. I'm trying. I'm gonna keep trying so I get it right with this headset business. You know they don't make nothing worth a darn.
They don't. You have to literally go through. I literally go through a headset. Every couple of months. That, no matter what price range, whatever, I'm always running through them. So I certainly feel you on that. Well, before we even get started on what we're going to discuss tonight, I see they're putting me in and out already. Whatever. I just want to give a shout out to Marvin Gaye. I love that man. Love that song. It just still holds so much power today. I was jamming in the background as that was playing and just thinking how timeless that song is, what's going on. And I often wonder, as he was writing it during that particular era, us still involved in the Vietnam War, if he knew how timeless that song is, or that entire album. And for you youngins that don't know what album is, go look it up.
Okay, that's vinyl. That's vinyl.
Exactly. Go look it up. So, honoring libation to Brother Marvin Gaye. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of that vinyl, something that me and Sister had read some time ago about why they stopped putting the music on vinyl was because they found that we were healing ourselves down in the basement playing our records.
Absolutely.
Those two-tones.
Absolutely. And Brother Bobby Hemmett speaks on that as well, saying that, number one, that vinyl, some of the material that it's made of is carbon, which carbon is what? Melanin.
That's right.
So, and even the sound that it makes and all that plays vinyl, y'all know that sound, that soothing sound that as the needle going across. So, they wanted to shut that down for sure. And just think about it. Not only that, but think about the vibration of the music that we had back then. And I know we gave honor and libations to Brother Maurice White of Earth, Wind, and Fire, who transitioned on. And he was another one that created high vibrational music and put those codes and those messages in the music. So they actually, and we'll have to do a show on that. I did a show on the past on the vibration of music and how they actually change the frequency of it to a lower vibrational frequency. So that's why
put it on that plastic.
That
disc.
Yeah, and even like the tone of the songs today, the frequency key is a different vibrational key, and that's why some of the music that you hear today, specifically in Atlanta, they call it the trap house music. When you hear those beats, you immediately bouncing, and you either thinking about sex or you're thinking about drugs, money, and murder. So it was definitely purposely done. They shut down that frequency and took away the healing of the music. But the good part about it is it's coming back. We're recognizing what it is, because they took the soul out of the music. And
they really did.
Yeah.
Because
and they did it by changing frequency.
Because it don't move. Good music is supposed to make your hair stand up on the back of your neck.
Exactly. You're supposed to be, driving, and all of a sudden you be like, so-and-so, that's my type.
Exactly. You can't say that about Hello from the Other Side. What the...
Yeah, and I mean, it's a beautiful song. Her voice is beautiful. Don't
I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry. I beg to differ, and that was proven when she performed this past week, and they had some technical difficulties. No, she can't sing. I'm sorry. I just got to put it out there because I love my music.
Yeah, I do. I'm a huge music fan as well. But according to her, and I didn't see her little performance, but it was technical issues. So, that's sending a shout out.
That shouldn't help you. That shouldn't stop you from missing the key.
Yeah, that's true. So, all of you young singers, artists, those that are getting in the business, I am telling you, the frequency is shifting. And if you can't produce high vibrational music, you're going to be blanked out. Part of that Grammy performance, although, of course, they throw their little funky so-and-so rituals in it, to me, in my opinion, that was
our opinion.
Right, and that was the gateway to let Kendrick Lamar's performance that things are going to change, and that will also be in the music as well. So, when we're going to make that happen. So, with that said, family, we do have a great show planned for you tonight. Tonight, of course, we're going to go over the weekly events. Things are popping off as usual. I'm telling you, it's getting hotter and hotter every week. So we'll do the weekly global events for the news, and then we'll also pick back on our creation story myths. This is our 14th show that we have done to date. So tonight we're going to focus on the Book of Enoch. We are in chapter 12, and of course Brother Wendell will bring in the Book of Enki, and Sis Saihida will bring in the Terra Papers. And I also, the Book of Enoch is so hot tonight, y'all. I tell you how divine things line up and how the universe lines up, it still makes my head spin, because what we're going to go over tonight is actually the point of where we are right now in this whole redeeming process. It was so, that particular chapter is so powerful, and we're not even going to get through the whole thing because it's quite lengthy. Enoch wrote 3 parables in this chapter. It was so powerful, I literally had to fight back crying in public because I was doing the last little research on it. So I am really looking forward to sharing that with the family tonight and bringing in some additional clips to support this particular chapter. So with that said, I know I saw my brother Wendell. I know I saw you, beloved. There you are. Okay, Sugar Pie.
There we go.
Go ahead on and put down your little, I don't know, let me see. Let me try to guess what you cooked tonight. You kind of been off. You might be back on the greens because I think you had beans or something. No, you had veggie chili or something a couple of weeks ago. So you might be back on the greens. So put the greens and cornbread down, beloved. We're going to open up your line so we could get it cracking with the news. So let me try. You see Brother Khalid? Okay, I'm going to bring in Brother Wendell, and then you could bring in Brother Khalid. Let me bring in Brother Wendell. Okay. Brother Wendell, you there? See, you're not even ready. So we're going to come back. We're going to come back to you. Get your stuff together. We'll come back to you, brother.
I'll bring in Brother Khalid.
Okay. Go ahead, sis.
Your line is open, brother.
Greetings, family. Y'all ain't right.
Now, he knows doggone well. I always give him a warning. Exactly. So, he's probably somewhere now trying to put down his plate. So we'll give a couple minutes. How are you tonight, brother?
I'm doing fine, sis, and yourself?
I'm doing well. Really excited about tonight's show, but I'm doing well.
Good.
Okay. All righty. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I don't know. You think we should check Brother Wendell one last time?
Yeah,
because he's going to want to put something on it early out the gate. Okay, Brother Wendell. I'm going to try again, beloved. Okay, let's see. Brother Wendell, you there? Oh. Uh-oh. That's not like him. Okay, love, you're going to have to
hit us up.
Yeah, hit us up. Text us when you're ready. Yeah, that's not like him. He might be having technical difficulties. All right, you all. The news is off the hook or chain or however you want to say it. So I'm going to start out because I did want to get this out to the family before I forget. PBS Tuesday night, I want to say, they are running a documentary on the Black Panthers. Excellent. I mean, it was so well done. A lot of the information I never knew about the Black Panthers. So I would highly recommend the family to check it out. And so, I'm sitting there watching it, and then all of a sudden, out the gate, I would say 10 minutes in, they talk about COINTELPRO, explain what COINTELPRO was and how the FBI set that up. And then they showed some of the declassified papers on the Panthers where Hoover basically said he wanted to infiltrate the Panthers because there could not be the rise of a black messiah. I said straight up. I said, hot dog, these so-and-sos, they already knew. So throughout, girl, I was like, get out of here. It's on now. So throughout the documentary, they kept mentioning how Hoover was terrified of a black messiah rising up. So the documentary even goes into how they infiltrated the Panthers, how the local police were involved. It is a very well worth documentary for the family to watch. So I did want to put that out there to the family before I forget.
Okay, thanks, sis. I'm going to go look for that one.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So All right, beloved. Where would you like to start tonight? We got George Mario been clowning this week.
Girl. It's so much. Anywhere is a good place to start.
Okay, let's start with
maybe save the ish and hit the fan for last.
Okay, you want to say that's the financial news. We'll save that for now. Okay, so let's start with kicking ass and taking names then, military activity.
Yeah.
That's definitely been heating up because basically this week the UK said that they're gearing up to get ready to go in on Russia. So this came out on RT News on the 17th. And so the title is Typhoon Fighters Scramble to Intercept Russian Bombers Heading to UK Airspace. So it goes on to say that the British military defense has dispatched 2 RAF Typhoon fighter jets to intercept a pair of Russian bombers heading towards the UK airspace. The Minister of Defense confirmed on Wednesday that Typhoons were sent out to escort the 2 Russian, whatever the name of these black jet aircraft, away from the UK coastline. And it says the Russian bombers have not entered UK airspace, but are currently inside the UK area of interest, the spokesman said. The British Typhoons, part of the UK's Quick Reaction Alert System, were dispatched from RAF, whatever that is, Coinsby, Lincolnshire, and are escorting the bombers toward the northeast, according to Sky News. This is the latest in a spat of recent incidents where British jets were scrambled to intercept Russian bombers skirting UK airspace. So I don't know if y'all remember last week when we, in the Kicking Osh and Taking Names section, we talked about how the UK talking about they gearing up, they fleet, this, that, and third, they get prepared for Russia, yeah. So the bear was like, oh, okay, so you are, you think you prepared. Okay, then. So, again,
step across the line.
Again, pay attention to what is going on. All of the troops are already in place. There's no more of this. They have to line this up. They have to line that up. We're now, I look at it almost like war games that's taking place. I believe, this is just my humble little opinion, that they're already battling each other militarily. I think they're doing it on the seas, and I definitely think they're doing it in the air. So pay attention. World War III has already taken off. It just hasn't become public yet. So these are signs that there definitely will be a flat-out WW3, and it's looking like it will definitely hit the U.S. shores as well as the UK. So pay attention to that. Did you want to put something on it?
Girl, you put it on there. It's definitely it's heating up over there, and it's definitely going to spread.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Put something.
Khalid, Brother Khalid?
Yes.
Did you want to put something on it, she said?
Oh, I just, she texted me earlier and missed a question that I had posed to Doc, that the significance of the number 7, and that it was 77 years since Hitler was Time Magazine's Man of the Year, and the year after World War II started. Now Angela Merkel was put on the Time Magazine as Person of the Year, the December 15th edition. So we know shortly World War III is going to be made public.
Yep.
7 is completed cycle, so I guess time is trying to tell us something.
Oh yeah, the numbers speak.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Absolutely. So that's actually a very good analogy, brother, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because I did text you and ask you, and so that deserves a bomb sign, because because literally, family, they don't put these, when they put things on these magazine covers, The Economist is one that every year I want to say they're either first edition or last edition. They pretty much tells you what's going to happen around the world just on the picture on the front of the cover. So what Brother Khalid is explaining about the Time magazine, it makes perfect sense. They're basically putting it in plain sight what is about to jump off. So very, very good analogy, brother.
Now, she's supposed to be Hitler's daughter.
Yeah, I heard that rumor. Yeah.
She's supposedly what? I didn't get that.
Angela Merkel is supposed to be the daughter of Adolf Hitler.
Oh, yes. How about that?
Exactly. So when he made that analogy, I was like, whoa, that's deep. That's deep.
That is.
And that's not accidental already.
Now they dubbed him as Chancellor of Germany. They dubbed him as Chancellor of Germany. They dubbed her as Chancellor of the free world.
Okay.
The new world order.
Yeah, because I thought she was also known as the Chancellor of Germany.
No, they dubbed her the Chancellor of the free world, which is the new world order.
Oh, okay. The free world, that's what they've been calling this, the free world, and ain't nothing about this world we've been living in been free.
It's not a so-and-so thing, exactly. But you know how they do. Everything they say, you have to reverse what they're saying, because that's really the actual meaning of what they're saying. So, so that's very good. So the next thing that came out, and this was actually, let me make sure I get the source on this one. Who gave me this one? Let me see. I think this was Sis Donna. Yeah, this was Sis Donna that I got this from, and this came out on February 4th, and North Korea warns U.S. of disastrous final doom. So this was last Wednesday. It says North Korea's National Defense Commission took to the airways today to threaten the United States with the most disastrous final doom on its mainland, warning that the time of the nightmare is near. The United States has gone mad, a North Korean state television news reader said. Baby, I would have loved to hear that newscast.
I know that's right. I got it pictured in my mind right now. Oh my goodness.
No political correctness about it or nothing. Just straight out the gate. The United States has gone mad.
Gone mad. Stark raving mad.
Exactly. A North Korean state television newsreader said, boasting of North Korea's superior cyber and nuclear warfare, and adding that North Korea has neither the need nor the will to sit at the negotiating table with the U.S. any longer.
Okay. Don't come back over here.
The broadcast continued. It is our firm resolution to counteract through our own nuclear strikes if the United States provokes a nuclear war against North Korea and bring the U.S. to an early demise with our own preeminent cyber warfare if the U.S. tries to bring us down through a cyber attack. Whew, I'm like, they are straight up cloud men.
You know, I would prefer a cyber attack than a nuclear attack any day if I had the choice.
Well, you know, when Brother Wendell and I did the show on the Battle of Armageddon, and we kind of went through the different battles, whether that be biological, whether it be cyber, whether it be financial, or whether it be physical. So absolutely, the cyber warfare has actually been going on for quite some time. But the U.S. want to sit up on their tail and act like they all innocent, that these other nations are attacking them from a cyber perspective, when we know that it really goes both ways. So I found that interesting that North Korea was like, yeah, don't get it twisted. We know you've been over here dipping and dabbing in our data.
We
know how to dip and dab in yours and bring your stuff down. So how about that?
So now they strong arming the iPhone people, so they can go in people's data. You know, the iPhone CEO,
and,
they asking him to.
Yeah, I heard about that, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch that a little closely, because here's the thing about all of the, and bear with us, family, I know we're kind of getting a little sidetracked, but it does tie in.
It does.
Here's the thing about all of these big technology companies. They are all in bed with the alphabet boys. They give them access. We call it backdoor access to their code. The payoff for them to give the alphabet boys access or backdoor access to their code is they give them billion and $1 million government contracts.
So it's kind of like they give them the monopoly on it, huh?
Right. So now, who are they trying to? They're not impressing me. They're not impressing moi with supposedly and allegedly, we against them asking us for da. Boo, who you kidding?
Right.
You hold yearly conferences with the alphabet boys, and y'all sit around the table and discuss how to write the code.
Well, apparently they didn't get this code. They threatening him, and he's saying no. So something they fighting. There's that infighting.
I think they're lying. I really do. I think they're lying because they've been giving them access to it. They already have access to everybody's data.
Okay.
That's how you think they can tap into our conversation. They already have the backdoor access. It don't. I understand if you got a tin can and you talking.
That's true.
It. So they're not fooling me with that bull crap. The only thing I can think is they're trying to save face because they've been told, man, you better get your ish together. You know this new system coming on board, and you gonna have to straight qualify for it, and you gotta apply. Woo. I'm not buying it.
Okay. Give me something to work with, sister.
I'm not buying it with any of
them.
None of them. So he can miss me with that bull crap. So
what about this?
Go ahead.
What about somebody, maybe the CEO is redeeming himself and he's like, look, I can't do this. I'm not doing it no more.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that that's what may be going on. But the thing of it is, okay, here's the deal, family. When these companies build these infrastructures, and the infrastructure means the hardware, so that's the actual, the phones, the actual networks to connect everything, the servers and all of that. That takes years to build, and the software that sits on top of that takes years to build. So if you are already in bed out the gate with the alphabet boys, as you're building this infrastructure, they pretty much already have the backdoor blueprint to get in. So my point being, it would be hard to just shut that off overnight. Without dumping a lot of money into it to redo that entire system.
Wow.
So they can miss me like with the so-and-so BS. Miss me with it.
Yeah.
And AT&T is the biggest one that is in the alphabet pocket. So they can miss me with that one.
Yeah, definitely.
So hopefully they are trying to clean up their act and get on the list or whatever. But going into the new system, who really wants to use their stuff? Because we already know it's tainted. We already know. We're all under surveillance.
Right. Yep.
So yeah, he could take that one up the street. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Okay.
Whatever.
Y'all keep on fighting amongst yourselves. We're gonna be over here.
Okay. Yeah. So back to the North Korea thing. So they, pretty much told the U.S. Corp, go ahead on with that. You try to bring us down, we're gonna shut you down. So the article continues to state that the U.S. had better. They still talking mess now. This is up on the broadcast. The U.S. had better know clearly that our means in ground, naval, underwater, air, and cyber warfare, including nuclear strike capability, which are miniaturized, precise, and diversified, will be used by our people and Army who display the strongest mental power and indomitable ideology and duty-oriented, which means they said self-reliance, strategy and tactics and unique war methods are unprecedented in human history of war, which the gangster-like U.S. imperialistic can never think of or imitate.
Did they get the memo? They let it go. Somebody need to resend the memo to them.
You know what? Wait a minute, North Korea.
Ooh.
Sugar.
I'm about to pass out. Oh, yes. They dropping the bomb.
That was a read. That was a straight up read.
Dang.
So that came out last Wednesday. They basically got on the air and cussed the U.S. out. And shout out to, actually, sis, that story came from Chi-Town, the Eyewitness News in Chi-Town. So shout out to them.
Really?
Yeah, that's where the story came from.
Girl, I have to start watching my news a little bit more carefully.
Yeah, it was online. So shout out to Eyewitness News in Chi-Town for bringing that story. So now, what set North Korea off? I'm guessing what set them off because the U.S. Corp is lining up nuclear weapons off the coast of South Korea.
What?
And so, yeah, that literally. And so, and South Korea came out saying, oh, yeah, you know, I could just imagine these people trying to flex. Yeah, North Korea, yeah, yep, US Corp, see, they got our backs. We got the weapons pointed, and North Korea came out swinging like, oh, yeah, okay. Y'all think we playing with you all. So,
right, okay. We can show you better than we can tell you.
Exactly. You know how Mama used to say, I'm going to show you better. When somebody says, I'm going to show you better than I can tell you, you better back up.
Right.
So,
going to give you the evil eye in a minute.
Exactly. So, I know we're kind of joking about it, but you all realize that it is a very serious matter. And,
yes, it is.
It's pretty much shaken down as far as World War III. Okay. So the next article came out. This came out on February 18th, and this was by something. This came out of Russia.
Okay.
Something called Superstation 95. It reads, flash, Russian government issues urgent message. Russian citizens urged to leave Turkey within 24 hours. Emergency evacuation. All Russian citizens urged to leave Turkey within 24 hours. So the article goes on to say, in the clearest sign yet that the Syrian situation is rapidly escalating to World War III, the government of Russia has urged all Russians in Turkey to leave immediately. Fighting has already begun between Syria and Turkey. Russia has troops inside their ally Syria, and it's widely expected expected that Russia will engage any foreign troops or planes that attempt to enter Syria without the permission of the Syrian government.
Okay. And so I see this other article in relation to what you're saying, 500 militants into Syria via Turkey.
Yes. Now let's talk about Turkey. They're going to be straight put on blast tonight. Turkey is the US Corp, the so-called elite, the cabal, flunkies.
Okay.
They are not for helping out Syria. It is the opposite.
Okay.
It is COINTELPRO, covert operation war is how Turkey is operating. That is why Russia sent out that message to its peeps. Pack your stuff, get on, because we finna spank that ass. We're not
playing. We finna whoop that, yeah.
We're not playing, okay? So don't let the U.S. Corp fool y'all. Well, Turkey is our ally. Blah, 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 this, that. No. Turkey is doing some covert operation stuff in Syria, and Russia is well aware of it, and they're about to spank them.
Yeah, they're going to get them. Oh, wait.
Exactly. So the other thing on kicking off and taking names on the military front, what came out not yesterday. 15th wasn't yesterday. This was February 15th. Yahoo News, and actually, family, Yahoo News has stepped it up big time. They've really been putting out a lot of good stories, but I'm not sure if you all know, Yahoo they're about to shut it down. It's about to be disbanded because supposedly and allegedly it's broke. Yeah, so they're in the middle actually of a hostile takeover of Yahoo News, but of Yahoo, period, the company Yahoo.
Maybe that's why they just laying it out with the news.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I said, well,
just put it on out there. Okay, thank you.
Yahoo, do your thing, boo-boo. But, yeah, they've really been putting out some great stuff this last month. And in another news front that they're shutting down really tore at my heart is Al Jazeera America. They're shutting it down like real soon. Yeah, so they're shutting that down soon. So it's even more important, family, that you start to pay attention and look at the news with discernment, because it seems like some of the small avenues that we did have to get halfway decent stories are starting to shut down. So, okay, so this came out of Yahoo News, but it is via Reuters, and it came out on February 15th. And this goes back to that whole South China Sea runway. And the title of the article says, U.S. Admiral warns against Chinese fighter flights from South China Sea. Okay, so this is out of Singapore. Any move by China to fly jets from runway on its new man-made island in the disputed South China Sea would be destabilizing and would not deter U.S. flights over the area, a senior U.S. naval officer said on Monday. Vice Admiral Joseph Aucoin, and sorry if I mispronounce your name, sugar, the commander of the U.S. Navy's 7th Fleet, also urged Beijing to be more open over its intentions in the South China Sea, saying it would relieve some of the angst we are now seeing. We are unsure where they are taking us, Aucoin said of China's recent move during the briefing with journalists in Singapore. So we are going to sail, fly, operate throughout these waters like we have been doing for so long, he said. That, he added, including flying over the airspace. Chinese and regional security analysts expect Beijing to start using its new runways in the disputed, whatever that is, for military operations in the next few months, whatever the name of that runway is. It last month tested for the first time the 3,000 metri runway on a reclamation on Fiery Cross Reef by landing several civilian airlines from Hainan Island. Aucoin said he could not give an estimate when he expected the Chinese military jets to start operating. It's a destabilizing uncertainty, he said, when asked about the impact of possible Chinese jet fighter patrols. He said it would raise questions about the intentions. China claims much of the China Sea, while Brunei, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam have rival claims as well. International concern is growing over tensions in the waterway, which carries an estimated $5 trillion in trade every year. Sis, is that true? We're getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, that might be me.
Okay.
I'm shuffling my papers. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Okay. Where's I at? Okay. International concerns is growing over tensions in the waterway, which carries an estimated $5 trillion in trade every year, including oil used by Northeast Asian nations. Since last October, 2 U.S. warships have sailed close to Chinese claimed features in the Spartley and Paracel, whatever that is, Acropi, I can't pronounce it, and so-called freedom of navigation operations that Beijing has warned are provoking. Chinese officials complained last December that a U.S. B-52 bomber flew close to one of Beijing's artificial islands. Pay attention, family. I'm going to break this down when I finish. Okay. Other U.S. surveillance and transport planes routinely fly throughout the South China Sea. Chinese warships and civilian vessels routinely flank U.S. naval ships in the area, but Cohen said engagement between the two navies would continue, saying a relationship was positive. The international law of the sea has helped China for so many years. We just want them to respect those rights so that we can all continue to prosper, he said. Okay. So let me break this down in layman's terms.
Okay.
Basically, the U.S. has been flying around this South China Sea, edging up their little raglass naval ships in the area for about a year and a half now. Here's the reason why. First of all, these artificial islands, they have already been deemed by Dr. Henderson as safe havens for the righteous. That's number one. So that's what they taught about. Let's start with that. The second piece, the nerve. The second piece of it is, just as they're finally starting to admit, this article, they finally broke down and admitted it. They never really admitted it before, that it is also one of China's military strategies. So they got an issue with that.
Okay.
So they are trying to justify stopping China from having the safe haven islands and minding their own business to have their military strategy, as is their right as a sovereign nation.
That's right.
To do. They're trying to use the excuse, well, that ain't Child's no way, because Malaysia, Taiwan, this one, that one, this one, said it's theirs. Oh, so they did. Who holds the patent to the area?
That is the question.
From my inner and overstanding, China has the patent, has been given permission for that space. They know that it's their space. The US Corp knows that it's their space. But again, they're playing games for the reason that we just mentioned. The safe haven islands and China's military status. So China has been warning them for a few little years, going on a year and a half. We're telling you now, you come in this airspace, you come across this line, and we're going to tear your behind up. Okay, so pay attention when you hear the U.S. Corp whining and talking out the side of their neck about the South China Sea. That is the behind-the-scenes story on that. As usual,
now it's clear.
Full of crap. Yes.
Yep, exactly.
And if they step across that line, China's going to set it off once again.
Yeah. They got nowhere to go. Nobody wants to play with them anymore.
Yeah. So
we got to put on our big girl and big boy panties and drawers and get with it.
Right. Absolutely. So that's all I had, family, with the kicking, oshing, taking names in the news this week. Sis,
let me add just one more thing. Yeah,
sure,
I got this. Italy is coming onto the world scene. This is from Sputnik News.
Okay, that's out of Russia then. That's out of Russia, probably.
Italy to NATO. Talk to Russia now or regret it later. Italian Defense Minister Roberta Pinotti has called on NATO to revise its policy of containment of Russia to one dialogue, otherwise it will regret it later. She says NATO doctrine envisages the policy of containment and a dialogue. We have bet on deterrence. Now, finally, it is time for a dialogue. Otherwise, we are going to regret it, she said in an interview with an Italian newspaper, La Repubblica.
Wow. So that's pretty interesting because, Italy is considered to be a part of Europe. Now, let's reflect back to what is going on in Europe.
Right.
Europe, y'all, has although I know we talk about the United Snakes Court collapsing financially, Europe has collapsed financially as well. We talked about for the past maybe 3 weeks that Italy banks are running negative interest rates.
Right.
So they're feeling the pain of that raggedy euro, and they know their economy is collapsing. So behind the scenes, they probably cutting deals with Russia and China from the financial side, because remember, I keep telling you all, China is the backbone of whatever they tried to cut me off. Whatever. China is the backbone of the new economy. The yuan is boss. It will be the currency to carry us over until we switch over to the digital system. So they probably cutting a deal or cut a deal with China already to get on the BRICS and the AIIB, et cetera.
Yeah.
And they, tap dancing over to the bear for that military arm. So that's probably what's going on with Italy. They're making those backdoor deals with the bear for the military protection.
Yes, absolutely, sis. I concur. They like, you know what? Y'all better go on and talk to Russia because it's getting ready to get out of hand.
Right. The bear is not playing with y'all. Y'all better go on and have several seats. Because remember, family, this whole Babylonian system with the Fed Reserve and the IMF and all the rest of the World Bank, all the rest of that crap, how they kept control for so long is if you didn't want to be a part of their central banks / Federal Reserve system and trade using the petro-backed oil dollar, using their fiat, they would come and destroy your nation.
Yep.
They would come in, either they would do it a few little ways. One way, they would do a covert operation to do a coup. So they would send their covert alphabet boys into these nations to cause civil unrest to overthrow the current regime. Okay? Or if they had that nation was pretty tight with that really wasn't going to work with a civil unrest, then you all of a sudden became enemies, and you have weapons of mass destruction.
Right, exactly.
So they could again come in and tear your nation apart, and when they get through with your nation, you are on that same, I put it like this, once they come in and they tear up your nation with war, whether that be civil war internally amongst the people, or whether they send their people in the name of fighting terrorism.
Right.
You have a war-torn nation now. So what do? They send the IMF in to give you loans with their fake-ass fiat.
Right.
In exchange for your people's precious natural resources, whether that be the oil in the ground, whether that be the precious metals in the ground, or whether that be the land.
Right.
And in exchange, they're giving you loans for the fake-ass fiat that means nothing. So this is how they were able to keep gaining control in this Babylonian system. I'm sorry, sis, go ahead.
You're okay. So I was just, in conclusion, what you really saying is all of these wars that we know of has been all about this fake-ass fiat and making people take it.
All of the wars.
Ain't got nothing to do with our freedom, you know, protecting our land and all of that other stuff that they were telling us, you know.
No. And the words of the Samuel L. Jackson, you know how he cuts real strong with that GD.
Yes.
It don't have a GD thing to do with terrorism, fighting for somebody's freedom, helping some other nation out. It is all about, we want your land, we want those precious resources, we gonna take it. And in exchange, we're going to give you a fake fiat system that is slavery, that enslaved your people. Every nation that they have gone to war with has always been about that, and that's why if you ever heard the term that all wars are bankers' wars, that is what they are referring to. Because once the dust settles, these people wind up with a central bank and some sort of fiat currency. This is why Hitler took out Gaddafi.
Say it.
Because he was bringing together the African nations for a gold-backed currency.
That's right.
And they had the gold, they had the natural resources to do it. He no longer wanted to dance to the music, so overnight they brought him down. He all of a sudden became enemy number one, and they brought him down. That's just one example. Supposedly that was the same thing that happened with what's the former leader from Iraq? I know you know what I'm talking about. Saddam
Hussein.
Saddam. They put him in power. He was trained by the Alphabet Boys. He was on their payroll. But when he said, you know what, we don't need your fiat. We got the resources. You can take it up the street. He had to go. So all wars have been bankers' wars to force you under the Babylonian Vatican system.
That's right.
So now that the tides have turned, the world has woke up, these nations have banded together and said, no more. We don't need your system. They stood up an entire new system. Everything that the Western system claimed they can do has already been duplicated. It's already up and running as we speak.
Yep.
But the new system is backed by something tangible, and everybody is moving on to BRICS and AIIB. This is the last stand. This is the last battle of Armageddon.
Yes.
So they want to go down with a fight. So that is where we're at today. Okay.
Right. So we got to get these old bottles out of here so we can put the new wine in it.
Exactly. And so I thank you, sis, for saying that. I so appreciate you for saying that. So, family, that is why you hear Dr. Henderson consistently say, Sis Shelley consistently say, we will not bring in a new system and old bottle. It's contaminated. They're not going to do it.
No.
So
it's
it has
infection
to be
that's ran rampant.
It is. It's unclean. They want no parts of it. That's why it will be shut down. And then the new system, and I've talked about this several times, Sis Linda has talked about it several times, how things run in parallel, meaning side by side. We've told you this time and time again. So meaning the new system is currently already in operations running side by side with the old system. So once they're able to totally shut it down, and it's happening rapidly fast.
And I equate that as being the safety net that I have been looking for once I left my journey with the Moorish Science Temple and started discovering some more stuff that was happening on the scene. I was like, y'all has got to have a safety net somewhere.
Absolutely.
And I knew when I heard Dr. Henderson, I was like, here it is right here.
Yeah, because I started back after the crash in 2008. That's when I really started waking up. I said, oh no, they full of mess. They got me blanked up if they think I'm going to continue to believe that they got it together. And when I started really doing the research and really going behind the scenes of the financial stuff, and then when I heard Dr. Henderson, I already knew. I said, there it is. I already know what this is. So absolutely, sis. Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. So, I had another point on this and I lost it. So, well, that's what age will do. Okay, so that is the kicking option, taking name section. So I'm going to try to bring in Brother Wendell one more time because I'm not sure if he's available or if he wants to put something on it, so bear with me. Let me see. Brother Wendell, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Oh, okay, you there? You okay, Sugar?
Yeah. I just
okay.
I'm just in another gift because I got my grandson here. When he get to holler, you know how they go.
Oh, okay. Well, now that you know, hi, beloved, you're the one. Okay, I'll be nice to you tonight only because the baby is there.
Oh, baby, you done already unrespected me from the rip. That's so don't even try that. Don't even try that.
I said for this point forward, I was going to be nice then.
You done already beat me up from the get-go. I said, how y'all, man? I'm just going to sit back with a little knot on my head and do what I do. You know what I'm saying?
All right, then, beloved. Okay, so just when you need to mute, I get it now if we don't hear. Did you want to put anything else on it before we move on to the next little section?
Keep it moving. I just glad we go when one thing going and pop off and go and get this thing over with. You know what I mean?
I know that's right. I know that's right.
Because they gonna continue to act a fool because that's all they know how to do.
Aren't they going to show their natural so-and-so tails like Mom and them used to say? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're going to go to law and misorder. And we got to talk about the Scalia stuff, family, real quick.
Oh, yeah.
So I know you all have probably heard by now that Judge Scalia he was rather one of the Supreme Court justices suddenly died of what they say, natural causes. What the man
a heart attack. I think it was a heart attack.
Oh, okay then. Well, he was in Texas, West Texas at that. Supposedly at, I don't know if it was his crib or whatever. And then he wound up dead, and some say with a little pillow over his face. So now, of course, all of the alternative media, conspiracy theorists, whatever you want to call them, are calling foul play. Okay? And a lot of people have came out and said it. And it's getting so hot now that now even mainstream media is starting to report on it. So again, this article came from Yahoo News, via Yahoo News. They've been hitting it, y'all. And this was February 16th. And Insider Edition did a little story on it, saying that former investigator says there's something fishy going on with Scalia's death. It says William Ritchie, former head of criminal investigations for the Washington, D.C. police force, wrote on Facebook, as a former homicide commander, I am stunned that no autopsy was ordered for Justice Scalia. My gut tells me there is something fishy going on in Texas. I was stunned that at this day and time, with someone as important as a justice sitting on the Supreme Court, you would have a haphazard investigation, Ritchie told Insider Edition. Justice Scalia was found dead in his bed. Oh, I didn't know that. In a hotel suite?
What? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, at the 30,000-acre Sabalo Creek Ranch in West Texas on Saturday. That's why I thought it was at his crib when they said at the ranch.
Okay.
The ranch owner says he discovered Scalia with a pillow over his head, but a local judge pronounced him dead of natural causes without seeing the body or performing an autopsy, which is permissible under Texas law. Ritchie said, I am not suggesting foul play. I am saying do a thorough investigation. So then the article goes on to say, meanwhile, we're learning new details about the 79-year-old Scalia's health problems. So then they go to list of things that was wrong with the man allegedly. High blood pressure, heart trouble. He was too weak to undergo surgery, yada, yada, yada.
Right. Give me a break.
Yeah. So that was just one of the articles that hit mainstream media. Now, a lot of the alternative news medias and the what you would call, quote, quote, what they label, rather, conspiracy theorists are saying that he was hit with a heart attack gun.
I saw that.
By the Alphabet Boys. And I've seen anywhere from the reason why he was bumped off is because he was for the New Republic, and that's a term that some of these groups use, which basically means for the United States of America or the Americas to go back to being the true republic that it is supposed to be. That Scalia was all in favor of that. So that's why he was bumped off. I've seen that in several places in alternative media. The most bizarre one I saw, and I really don't, I only saw it at one source, and I should have grabbed it because I bet you if I go back, I can't find it.
Find it, right.
But supposedly and allegedly that he met with Prez O right before he went to Texas, they had an off-the-book meeting somewhere. They didn't have any details what went on in that meeting. And then Scalia went on his way to go to this little hotel at the Texas Ranch. And within a matter of hours, they say within a 12-hour time period, he was dead. So that is one of the most bizarre
right.
Yeah, stories that I heard on the Judge Scalia. So this would be a perfect question for Dr. Henderson. So I'll definitely try to get in the queue on Friday night during the US call and see if he has any insight on what's going on with that, or maybe it just was natural causes. But everybody is really buzzing about his death. Everybody's feeling that something is not right with that.
But that's a good sign. I see that. Everybody is starting to think, wait a minute now.
I think that's an excellent sign, because anytime mainstream media forced to report on something that what they call us as conspiracy theorists pick up,
right.
I jumped for joy. I said, beautiful. Beautiful.
Right.
The people are starting to wake up slowly. They're still in the fog, but they're starting to wake up like, come on now. And I know immediately when it flashed across the screen, I was sitting with someone, and they immediately looked at me and they said, they killed that damn man. Who they think they killed?
Exactly.
And I cracked up. I said, man, you didn't even give me a chance to say it. So
no, they saying it for us. Thank you.
Exactly. That is very, very good information. So, yes, sis, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay, this is another one that comes from, this is still under Law and Misorder. This comes from Sis Donna. Shout out to Sis Donna. She has been posting some very good stuff these past few days.
Donna,
now, this is
from Seeker Donna.
Yeah, she been hard hit. I'm like, go sis, she been getting it, girl. Yes. This comes from Fox News, y'all. Y'all finna say, shut the front door. Get ready, y'all. This can also go under, we told you so, too.
Okay.
4.65 million in counterfeit bills seized from Vietnamese couple at Detroit airport. Okay.
Detroit?
Yeah, Detroit off the hood nook. So, here's the thing. What did they seize? They seized counterfeit U.S. currency and counterfeit Vietnamese dong.
Oh, my gosh. Now the dong.
Okay. Now, the reason this is, okay, let me get the little, before I go into my analysis. Okay. The U.S. Customs and Border Protection Office of Field Operations at the Detroit Metropolitan Airport says it has seized $4.65 million in counterfeit U.S. currency from a Vietnamese couple. The CPB says the couple attempted to import the counterfeit U.S. $100 bills and counterfeit bills in the national currency of Vietnam into the United States. The CPB says the bills were going to be offered. Yeah, I'm like, you know what? I can't with these people. The CPB says the bills were going to be offered as burnt offerings to the deceased, which they say is often practiced in certain Asian cultures. Now, that is true. That is true. The couple arrived in Detroit from a flight from Seoul, Korea on Friday, February 12th. The CPB says they examined their bags after they made conflicting statements about carrying in excess of $10,000. During the search, bundles of hell money were found. Authorities found 93 bundles of counterfeit U.S. $100 bills and 32 bundles of counterfeit Vietnamese dong. Okay, so they're saying hell money is a form of Joss paper printed to resemble legal tender bank notes. The notes are not an officially recognized currency, nor are they legal tender. Federal authorities have taken custody of the currency. Okay, here's the thing with that, family. Let's break this down a little bit. First of all, in the little couple's little defense, it is true that in the Asian culture, they use currency or fake currency per se, and it is literally called an offering currency that you are to burn at the altar, and you could do it to generate currency. You could do it to supposedly cancel the debts of your ancestors, woo this, that, and the third, blah, blah, they skippy, whoa. Here's the thing with that. Everybody knows that does those particular rituals know that there is a set aside, there's a special currency. They make this fake currency for that purpose. And you will be able to tell how that currency looks. And if you don't believe me, go on Amazon. You can order the damn currency for that purpose. So now, Vietnamese couple, beloved, you don't need to be bringing no 4.6 million of that currency, because we know it gets produced in the Asian cultures. So you would be taking a huge risk going through the airport unnecessarily if that's what you were using currency for. Here's the thing, Pete Game family. Remember, Dr. Henderson told you that they were printing up this currency that was fake and selling it because people are waiting to cash in on a reset. Okay? People are waiting to cash in on the dong for a certain value because the dong is going to go up in value. So to me, this just sounds like a couple that is trying to get in on the whole currency reset. And they did it sloppily. Right. They did it sloppily, and their asses got arrested. Okay. So I'm bringing this story to you to validate what Dr. Henderson has been telling you all, that the scam that they even ran with the whole currency reset valuation with the Vietnam dong, as well as the dinar, the Iraqi dinar. So now it got so prevalent that folks think they can go and take the because that's what it's called. I think it's called ancestral money. They could take the ancestral money and call themselves gonna sell it on the street to common folks, thinking that they have something of value. So when the quote reset occurs, they could take this currency in and get paid.
So I wonder what made them go to Detroit. I mean, to Michigan, wherever they were at.
Very interesting. Oh, you know
why? Come on. Bring the revelation through, sis. Come on.
Just hit me. Remember when we discussed that China owns all of the ports? Okay. Detroit has a port. Now, actually, Dr. Blair put me up on game on this back in 2013. He was the first one that said that China had the Detroit port. And as a matter of fact, he used to have on his website a picture where at the port, like the docks and stuff where they're unloading stuff, they straight had Chinese signs up there saying that China is your friend. We look forward to doing business with you and working with you. This was back in 2013. China had them signs up.
Oh, wow.
In Detroit, and it's one of the reasons why also they have been doing gentrification in Detroit, because folks are moving back into what they call the inner city of Detroit, jacking up the price of housing. China has bought up and built a technology park, and they are saying that they're trying to stand this technology park up to rival Silicon Valley.
Wow.
So I'm saying all that to say it may be a lot of Asian population that's either currently in that Detroit area, spinning up.
There's an ancient banking system. It's an ancient banking system. I read somewhere. I've been trying to find it too. And it's an ancient banking system. Oh, gosh, so it was just on the tip of my tongue. Something about an ancient banking system up there in Michigan that's still there, but it's inactive, or maybe it's been activated. I don't know.
Right, and it ain't that inactive. It probably is activated. So that may be a reason, sis, why they slithered through Detroit. So yeah, Detroit is somewhere that you definitely want to watch, because China's pretty much bought up most of Detroit. They're putting a lot of investments in Detroit as well. So that may be a reason, sis.
Yeah.
Okay, so I found that interesting with that Vietnamese dong story. So shout out to Sis Donna for that. I'm like, what?
Yes.
Get out of here. So we got 2 more stories on Law and Misorder. Slick Willie and Hitlery. They're still under investigation for their foundation. And so stories are still surfacing. Now, this article came off of the Nasera blog spot, and this came out Sunday, February 14th. And it says, Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea's Clinton Foundation under investigation. And it says investigators with the State Department issue a subpoena to Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea. I'm like, now they ain't got the doggone baby involved. And Chelsea
she's receiving benefits, so.
Yeah, true that now. And Chelsea Clinton Foundation last fall seeking documents about the charity's project that may have required approval from the federal government during Hillary Clinton's term as Secretary of State, according to people familiar with the subpoena and written correspondence about it. The subpoena also asked for the records related to Huma Abedin, a longtime Clinton aide who for 6 months in 2012 was employed simultaneously by the State Department, the foundation, Clinton's personal office, and a private consulting firm with ties to the Clintons. Well, damn. They had a lot of...
Yes, they did.
A lot of simultaneous gigs, not to mention that's straight conflict of interest.
Yes, it is.
I mean, come on now. You work for the State Department, but you got a foundation that's getting kickback from
kickback after kickback.
Yeah. Right. So it says the full scope and status of the inquiry conducted by the State Department's Inspector General were not clear from the material corresponding reviewed by the Washington Post. A foundation representative who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss an ongoing inquiry said the initial document request had been narrowed by investigators and that the foundation is not the focus of the probe. A state IG spokesman declined to comment on that assessment or on the subpoena. So basically, the foundation representative, meaning Clinton and them foundation, came on and said, "Oh no, they ain't investigating the foundation." But the state spokesperson was like, "No comment." So representatives for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign and Aberdeen also declined to comment. No blank. There is no,
I'm sure.
Exactly. There is no indication that the watchdog is looking at Clinton, but as she runs for president in part by promoting her leadership of the State Department, an inquiry involving a top aide and the relationship between her agency and her family's charity could further complicate her campaign. For months, Clinton has wrangled with controversy over her use of a private email server, which has sparked a separate investigation by the same State Department Inspector General's office. There is also an FBI investigation into whether her system compromised national security. Clinton was asked about the FBI investigation at a debate last week, and she was 100% confident nothing would come of it. Oh, that's a lot of confidence. Last month,
when it's all evidence coming all out of the woodwork.
Exactly. Last month, Clinton denied a Fox News report that the FBI had expanded its probe to include ties between the foundation and the State Department. She called that report an unsourced, irresponsible claim with no bias. Yeah. So.
Right.
Yeah. So they're heating up, turning up the heat, family, on her. And here's the thing with that whole foundation. That's something else. Brother Wendell, I'm going to put you back on mute, sugar, or you want to mute yourself.
I'm good. I just had to pass through.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
okay, sugar. Okay, so here's the thing, family, with the foundation. Let's talk about how these dirty ones do with these foundations. There are money laundering avenues. Okay? That it is a place for them to receive kickbacks. Okay? So when you hold these government offices, you are under certain stipulations that you cannot do business in a certain way. You cannot accept certain money in a certain way. So they set up these foundations, or they set up these shell companies and other folks' names to either launder different money from their back dealings from payouts. That's why the Clintons are in hot water. This foundation that Slick Willie has set up years ago has done nothing but been riddled with controversy. From what they did in Haiti, supposedly they laundered Haitian resources through this foundation, on to new stuff that they're coming to find out. They're now coming to put the Clintons under investigation. Now, the Clintons aren't the only ones that did it. In their defense, I know I stay on their back a lot. They are not the only ones that do it. Most of Congress does it. Most of them have their little funky foundations or their shell corporations set up where they're taking kickbacks or laundering dirty money. And that is their way, how they claim to wash it.
And they use some of these entertainers with their foundations too.
Absolutely.
Because they ain't nothing but pawns in their game. Also, they think they, really. You look at them, you think they're earning all this money and they living a high life. It's an illusion too.
Absolutely.
Everybody going to zero. Everybody. Okay.
Exactly. Everybody.
Everybody going to 0 point. So don't get it twisted.
Absolutely. And so, just as an example of how they do with these foundations. So say like Sis Saida had her little foundation set up.
Mm-hmm.
So I come to her, I got my little business. I want to do some type of governmental business, of winning some type of contract, or whatever the case may be. I need something from Sis Saida as far as her connections to government, whether it be contracts or I need her to swing a vote a certain way in my favor for my company. So Sis Saida says, oh, well, you know, Sis Rose, my foundation for Feed the Hungry. We just so need your support, Sis Rose.
Yeah.
So get with my foundation head and discuss what our needs are.
Mm-hmm.
So what do? I turn around and I make a nice little healthy donation to Sis Saida's foundation. And in turn, she's going to give me whatever favor or back behind the deal that I want. Okay? That's one way that they're using those foundations and shell companies. Another way that they're using it is, and this is going to be hard for a lot of people to believe, but do your research on it, laundering drug money. That is a way for them to wash the drug money. Okay.
Yep, they got to spin it through something that appears to be clean.
Right. You got to wash it. That's what money laundering means. It comes in the door dirty.
Yeah.
But once you hit those businesses, it's now considered clean money. Once you hit those businesses, once you hit those foundations, it's now clean money. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I know a lot of y'all seen Scarface. When Pacino was sitting at the table with the Coke with the banker, the banker was charging him points to wash his money a certain way in those shell companies that Pacino had set up. Okay, so that's the second way that they clean up their money and they hide money. Now, here's the thing, family. Pay very close attention to what's going down with the new system. And this is another reason why we cannot put new wine.
New wine
in these old-ass bottles.
Right.
This is why we can't do it, because of this corrupt system. But when you go to a digital system, it's what you gonna watch. Exactly. What you gonna watch? And not only that, the way they're setting up the system, everything is traceable.
Yeah, full disclosure.
Exactly. Everything is full disclosure. So now these people are really starting to scramble, and I think that's why you're seeing a lot of stuff being sold off, particularly China coming in, buying up a lot of stuff, because the so-called elite and cabal, they know that this system is crumbling, so they better try to turn all this fake-ass fiat into something tangible. And that is what they're running behind the scenes trying to do. It ain't going to save them. It ain't going to make a difference. But I'm telling you, that is what they're trying to do. They are trying to get out of paper. All of them.
Yeah, because it's just monopoly money.
Exactly. If they're not already out of paper, especially the petrodollar. Okay.
Yep.
So that is just a high level of how they use those particular foundations, and which is why Slick Willie and Hitlery are under a serious investigation with their particular foundation. So the last thing under law and misorder, I know y'all heard this, and I'm like, oh boy, I tell you, it's really jumping off. This also hit a couple of publications, but the one that where I saw it first was on RT News, and this came out on February 16th, and it's titled, U.S. Marshals Make Arrest Over Non-Payment of Student Loans.
Oh, girl, that was a news story on our TV news one day this week, sister.
Thank you. Because I didn't know if it had hit the other mainstream media outlets. But wow. So it says, being behind on student loan payments in Texas, I kind of like, okay, here we go again with Texas, could cost you more than your credit score. The U.S. Marshal Service in Houston is arresting people who aren't paying their federal student debt. Paul Aker said that 7 deputy U.S. Marshals showed up in his Houston home in combat gear. I was wondering, why are you here? I am home. I haven't done anything, he told Fox 26, adding that he didn't receive any notice about a $1,500 student loan he received in 1987.
$1,500.
$1,500. So it took more to pay out the U.S. Marshals to show up to service him.
That's dumb.
So the article goes on to say he claims he was taken to federal court where he signed a payment plan for the debt. That's what you messed up, boo. That's on you. It was totally mind-boggling, Akers said. This is far from an isolated incident, a source told the station. It isn't the first time marshals have served someone for being behind on loans, and they are planning to serve between 1,200 and 1,500 other people who have student debt. Representative Gene Green, Democrat of Texas, told Fox 26 that it's worrisome that private debt collectors are able to use U.S. Marshals as muscle to retrieve payment for loans. There's bound to be a better way to collect a student loan debt that is so old, Green said.
Ain't no debt.
And not only that, they breaking their own statutes and codes, because I can't even formulate my lips to say law, because it ain't no so-and-so law. They're breaking their own statutes and codes by because they said that it's no debtor's prison. That is according to their statutes and codes. So it just goes to show you that they don't even honor their own statutes and code, and it just reconfirms that we are living in lawlessness.
Yeah, exactly.
So the article goes on to say, unlike other forms of debt, student loans cannot be discharged through bankruptcy by law. They also have higher interest rates due to being riskier to the lender because of the lack of collateral. Government and collection agencies are also allowed to use tactics that are prohibited for other types of loans, such as seizing tax returns, taking parts of disability payments, and even garnishing wages, all without a court order. So it goes on to say, student loans have become a hot-button issue in the Democratic presidential primaries. Both Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton have rallied against what they call excessive student debt, vowing to lower student loan interest rates. However, Sanders goes a step further by supporting, getting a lot of feedback to this.
Okay, my mic.
Okay. However, Sanders goes a step further by supporting tuition-free public universities that are fully paid with a tax on Wall Street. Almost 70% of bachelor degree recipients graduate with a student loan, and the graduating in 2015 have an average debt from the school of over $35,000, according to the Wall Street Journal. So there you have it, family. Now they knocking on folks' doors, arresting you over debt that really don't exist. Let's start with that. Breaking their own statutes and code of there should not be debtors' prison.
Right.
So if this isn't proof that people need to get on the trust, get indexed, and remove yourself out of their system, I don't know what to tell folks, because they are really pulling out all the stops at this
point. The stops, yep. They reaching way back.
Yeah, to send that many marshals to this man's home, and just the amount of money it took to rustle up for all those marshals to come to the front door, that's more than $1,500 right there.
Exactly.
So
they could have said 15,000, but 1,500 really?
Right. $1,500. $1,500. Stinking so-and-so dollars.
This just shows the desperation of the dark side.
Exactly. Exactly. So, all righty. So that's all I have on law and misorder this week. Did either one of you want to put something on it?
I'm good on it.
I have a question.
Sure thing, brother.
Somebody help me with this, please. Because I know I'm crazy, but listen.
I know that's right.
These folks dealing with the currency, I don't even see the point. Because if we go into a digital system, everybody gonna have the same thing. You will die trying to spend it because you can't. Why even waste your time with that?
Right.
But see, I just wanted to say something about that because I want to make a point as to the insanity that's ramping up.
Yes.
I mean, the whole thing is just insane.
It really is, and we can look back, brother, and see the insanity of it all. How people are literally, figuratively, and spiritually losing their mind over some fiat.
Mm-hmm.
When it didn't mean nothing back then, And it really don't mean nothing now.
Nope.
And
the only viable use of it at this point is to get yourself something put back, so when the things, we get in that real gray area, you'll be able to eat.
Right. And then like we've suggested several times on here, you already need to have your stuff stocked up at that point, because if you could get something, if you can get out the house without going into the chaos, and if you get it to that point, if you walk in the stores, if you're able to find what you need on the shelf.
That's right, because we got to remember there's nothing coming in.
Right.
There's no merchandise coming in.
Right. They get it home when you get it.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point exactly. At this point, it don't make no sense to be talking about no darn savings account or nothing. Do what you got to do, and with the rest of it, go get you some backup.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's why I think at this point in time, it's so important for us to be around our loved ones like we used to live around our family. Auntie Nim was down the street, cousins was 2 blocks off. We lived around our families. Our cousins were our friends, and so now we need to be with our family so we can help each other get through this transition, and we spread out all over the place.
Absolutely.
That was by design.
Yes, it was.
Yes, absolutely.
By design.
Absolutely, because they took the educated ones and brainwashed them and conditioned them to think to move out of the hood. You need to move out of the hood. Now it's safe for you to move amongst white folk. You can move amongst good white folk, which devastated the strong communities that we had. And not only that, like you said, sis, it also spread us out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I see right here where my community, I'm living in the community I grew up in. The Creator made sure that I stayed here, even though I tried to escape a couple of times. But I see that. I saw that. That's, I see the change. I see the difference. I see what they have done and how they conquered and divided us, in our own communities,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I mean, of course, the unfortunate part is we are going to go through a war. It's going to be a little rough for probably a couple of months to the bear and the leprechaun and clean it on up for us. They going to take care of that. Don't worry, they got that. So it's going to be rough for a couple of months. But during that rough time, I do believe that's when people's eyes are going to open and families are going to start coming back together and saying, okay, I get it now. I get it. I was too dependent on the system. And in the long run, when I really needed it, wasn't there for me. And guess what? I didn't need it in the first so-and-so place.
Right. Absolutely.
So I really believe during this time we're gonna start seeing people come back to their realization. So, but very good point. Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay, that does deserve a hand clap with us coming back to the realization that we need each other. It's definitely time for us to start putting family first, and whether that be your biological family or the family that is in your spirit and your heart. We're in that time, family.
Yay!
Okay, so that's a beautiful thing. So, and I know we're running extra in the news, family, but it's just so much jumping off. We got to get it in to keep everybody up to date. The next thing is things that make you go, category. We got a few little things. Pimp Popalicious face. Oh, I love what Dr. Sander said.
Pimp Popalicious. You be killing me, Rhonda, with your name.
Girl, he fires me up. But when Dr. Henderson says his name, George Mario Bergoglio, he was in the news heavily this week. Pay attention to the places that he's going. He's was in Mexico this week, making headlines. He went to Mexico, he went to Cuba, and two important events. Pay attention because they are, they're very close to prophecy. They're putting it in your face, but if you don't know the story behind it, you would miss it. Let's talk about him going to Mexico, or Mexico per Brother Horace Butler. He takes his behind to Mexico. First of all, let me get my side. Makes this speech, and of course, and Yahoo was on it again, y'all. This from Yahoo News again. Yahoo been bringing it, y'all. They put this out February 15th. And this was via the Associated Press. Pope denounces exploitation of Mexico's indigenous people.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Exactly. So, of course, all the pictures that I have seen with him being over in Mexico with the indigenous people, they are dressed like Indians. Okay? So I'm going to read the little article, and I'm going to break down why this is important from a prophecy perspective. San Cristobal de la Casa, Mexico, Pope Francis denounced the centuries-old exploitation and exclusion of Mexico's indigenous people Monday and prayed before the tomb of their controversial priestly protector during a visit heavy in symbolism to the rolling hills of southern Chiapas State. And forgive me if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Francis celebrated a mass for Mexican Indians that featured readings in the native languages of Chiapas. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. A traditional dance of prayer and the participation of married indigenous deacons whose ministry, I'm getting a lot of feedback from somebody. Sis, that's still you with that mic.
Okay.
Let me see. Francis celebrated a mass for Mexican Indians that featured readings in the native languages of, well, I'm not pronouncing it right, Chiapas, a traditional dance of prayer, and the participation of married indigenous deacons whose ministry had been suspended by the Vatican but was revived under Francis. Oh, so you say. The visit at the halfway mark of Francis's 5-day trip to Mexico was of great personal importance for the Pope. Yeah, I bet it was. He insisted on visiting San Cristobal de la Casa, where the late Bishop Samuel Ruiz ministered to Mexico's poorest and supported blending. Oh, I'm about to be sick, y'all. Minister to Mexico's poorest and supported blending their indigenous culture into Catholic rituals. I couldn't make this up. Yeah, I'm not lying on the people. I'm not lying on his raggedy so-and-so. I'm just straight reading from the article down.
Hey, Ron, I have a question before you continue.
Yes, sir.
Now, can somebody explain to me what a Mexican Indian is? Because it seems to me like if they go, it seems to me like if they're gonna be anywhere talking about a Mexican Indian, this whole event should be happening in India regarding Mexicans who have migrated to India. You do what I'm saying? Because they throw the label on us. That were born and raised here, African American. Well, how come they ain't over there in India doing this whole thing, claiming Mexican Indian? That's just something I just.
Well, let me go on and do my my testifying. Well. Yes. Exactly, because that was the point that I was going to make, but I'm going to break it down even further. Let me try to get through this because they straight made my stomach sick with blending their indigenous culture into Catholic rituals, much to the dismay of Mexico's church hierarchy and occasionally the Vatican. In his homily, Francis denounced how in a systematic and organized way, indigenous people have been misunderstood and excluded from society over the course of history. Some have considered your values, culture, and traditions to be inferior, he says. Others, intoxicated by power, money, and market trends, have stolen your land or contaminated them. Okay, so I'm not even going to read the rest of this. I'll put this article back up on Truth Uncompromised because I think you all got a gist of it. And if you look through it, you'll see pictures of the Mexicans dressed in Indian fare. Okay. So now let's break this down.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, Brother Wendell went there. He went there in the Amen section.
Mm-hmm.
What indigenous people were you standing there talking to?
You know what I'm saying?
You must
no such person. So maybe he thinks they Willie Lump down there and go bring that mess down there.
You must really think that we crazy. Let me clear it up for you. First of all, Mexico, the Aztecs were the melanated people. Spain invaded Mexico. Backed by the Vatican. So now who are you so-and-so fooling? Now explain to me again what indigenous people you call yourself down there apologizing to, saying that is their land. Help me to understand that.
Right.
When we know what went on in the late 1600s, 1700s, with Spain's invasion, starting with Mexico sweeping across the Caribbean, which was still all of the Americas. So stop playing. You're talking in code. You think that we're stupid. You're trying to give these people an identity that is not theirs.
That's right.
And it's not going to happen. We're not falling for the okie doke.
They're just wasting time.
Hey, Rhonda.
Yes, sir.
if he want to be so straight up, if he want to go out there and talk to these people in that manner, why didn't he put up on a big giant screen that Doctrine of Discovery and go through that right there?
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
He need to go way back, don't he? When down.
Yeah, and then drop the Christian black code.
Ooh-wee. No, they ain't gonna do that.
Show them all that while you tell them all this garbage. You
Right,
understand?
exactly, because you are really insulting our intelligence. You're not apologizing to anybody. It is an insult. We know exactly what you're trying to do. Y'all use the same tactics you've used for centuries called stolen identity.
Yes.
And we're not having it. You know who the indigenous people are.
Right, and you need to get in front of them with your apologies.
I tell you what, he could have just went up north and stopped at Dallas and made that apology. How about that?
Yeah, he could have. You think he gonna? Man, you know he's right there. You know he's right there at the border, right? We can't go over there now. We're gonna do all this over here.
That's what I'm saying. That's why you were sitting down out apologies. You could have went on up to Dallas and had that little discussion.
Yeah, what I'm saying is cut his finger right quick, you know? Yeah,
because he could have got that out the way, too. True that. Give us Dana and Raina while you up there, making your apologies to the indigenous.
Well, who is to say, and I'm going to play devil's advocate, who is to say that he didn't drop in on Dallas and drop that material information off and then kept on going?
Oh, okay then, sis. So you tell me get in the queue tomorrow and ask Dr. that. You tell me get in and ask Dr. Did he get a visit? Did he get the apology? And then he just Dana and Raina while,
I'm sure that he going to mention it. I'm sure he going to mention it.
Okay, well.
That could be easy to verify. We ain't got to worry about that.
Yeah. So, somebody could get in the queue tomorrow and ask Doc on that. Did he stop by Dallas and offer up apology to the indigenous and give Dana and Raina while he was at it? Okay. So that was my first story with fake Popalicious. Pimp Popalicious. Second fake story with fake Pimp Popalicious was he went to Cuba. Another island of the Americas. Okay? So this time he went because he went to meet a Russian patriot. So this was supposedly and allegedly a historical meeting. I don't know why. This is something that I definitely would like to ask Dr. Henderson. But it was the patriot, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church. Okay, they met in Cuba, and supposedly and allegedly President Castro looks on, etc., etc. So now, of course, the alternative media, or whatever you want to call them, conspiracy theorists went wild when this happened. Some is saying that it was a quote, quote, supposedly transfer of power from fake Pope Pimpalicious. Some say it was him pleading and trying to negotiate something. The most interesting thing that I heard, I'm like, whoo, y'all need to stop playing with a sister. They had a picture of the Russian religious leader, and fake Pope Pimpalicious sitting down they had in between them this symbol in the background. And on this symbol, it had a skull and bone symbol. And I saw in several places in alternative meetings that symbol, the way it was positioned, this blew my wig back, y'all, meant that the Messiah is here.
What?
Yes.
You talk about the...
Yes, there is a picture floating around, and I'll post it on Truth Uncompromised, where fake Pope Pimpalicious and the Russian religious leader, and I didn't forget his title already, were sitting down at a meeting, but in between them, they're like in two chairs, almost kind of facing each other, and on the back wall in between them, there's this wooden symbol standing up, and it's a picture and on the wooden symbol, and some say it looked like a skull and bones.
Skull and bones, right.
Right, but the way it was positioned, I saw in several places that supposedly meant that the Messiah is here.
Wow. And you know what? I would not even doubt it, because all this time they have us thinking, because it's tied to the so-called Illuminati, skull and bones, that it's evil and stuff. So we should know better that they use our symbols for evil. Don't mean that it's meant for an evil thing.
Right. And I don't know. They didn't go into detail why they said that the way this particular object with the skull and bone on it meant that the Messiah is here. I just found it was almost like a bombshell information for me, because I kept hearing other in the alternative media say that this meeting was very important because it was a quote transfer of power and the Pope bowing down to something. Okay. So then when I saw several other places separate from folks talking about a transfer of power, that symbol meant the Messiah was here, I said, they better stop playing with me today. Whoa.
Oh, wait. Well, okay, so the patriarch is the Orthodox Russian minister. Okay. So Putin had to have some kind of something in between there. This patriarch is coming from Russia.
I don't know.
Wow.
That's a hot one. I really want to know from Dr. Henderson what was that about. I'm like, that's smoking hot.
Hey, hey, I got a question.
Sure thing.
Was Barack Obama down there in Cuba also?
Yes.
Looking for a place to go?
Yeah, well, supposedly he thought he was going to go to Dubai because he had picked out a crib and everything. But now
I can't.
Evidently, that little plan fell through. Now he's down in Cuba begging.
Yeah, because I heard O was in Cuba also. After
they know they're not getting enough from Cuba. They can beg all they want to.
But and you all know that Cuba has always been cool with Russia. Cuba is protected by Russia. Remember that whole fiasco where we was about to have nuclear war back in the Kennedy days and the Cold War era?
Is that the Bay of Pigs?
Right. They tried to execute Castro, this, that, and the third, and supposedly the US Corp saw where Russia had military missiles and nuclear weapons stored in Cuba.
Okay, yeah.
The US Corp did an blockage or sanction on Cuba. Russia for all those years was really doing the best they could to supply Cuba with the things that they needed. And then that was also one of the reasons why that Ronald Reagan wanted to break the back of the Kremlin financially. That was just a small reason. The other big reason was to break them down financially to make them weaker. So Cuba has always been key militarily from a strategic point. Cuba has always been key because think of where it's located. It's very close to the U.S. Shores.
You're right. Right.
Okay. So that I found that interesting that the Russian Orthodox church leader was there in Cuba. Pimp Pope Alicious was there, and then supposedly and allegedly Prez O.
Interesting.
Yeah, very, very, very interesting. So supposedly and allegedly that the head of the Russian Orthodox Church, Patriarch Kirill and Pope Pimpalicious, signed a joint declaration after their first historical meeting in Havana, Cuba. Yes, thank you. Cuba is 90 miles from Miami. Thanks, sis. Absolutely. So that's pretty close. Okay. So they call this meeting historical. They said that they call on world leaders to prevent Christians in the Middle East from being completely exterminated and to help refugees from those regions. Oh, really now?
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Right. So-and-so break, right? Our gaze must firstly turn to those regions of the world where Christians are victims of persecution. In many countries of the Middle East and North Africa, whole families, villages, and cities of our brothers and sisters in Christ are being completely exterminated, the declaration said. Okay, so Patriarch, Kirill and Pimp Pope Alicious drew attention to the violence in Iraq and Syria, stressing the severity of the humanitarian problem in the region and urging the international community to stand up and help. Thousands of victims have already been claimed in violence in Syria and Iraq, which has left many other millions without a home, means of sustenance. We urge the international community to seek an end to the violence and terrorism and at the same time to contribute through dialogue to a swift return to civil peace. Large-scale humanitarian aid must be assured to the afflicted population and the many refugees seeking safety in neighboring lands. The two also discuss the relationships between churches and the problems of their believers, in addition to sharing views on the progress of human civilization. Okay, so that's what they are claiming the meeting was about. You know I ain't trying to believe none of that, right? Exactly. No. So, great point, sis. If our beloved Oracle Tahuti is in the queue, if you could text me, brother, so you could come in and put something on it, I would love it, because Sis Saheed is right. You usually have some good insight to that. So, brother, if you could come in and put something on it and give us your take on it, we would appreciate it.
Especially on that Skull and Bone.
Yeah.
Well,
yay! Yay!
How's my family?
We are well.
Right.
Let's get
wonderful.
Work for a hand clap first, though.
I'm humbled. I'm humbled by that gesture. If we would look at Havana, Cuba, you mentioned the closeness of Russia to Havana, Cuba. which Russia has always supported and taken care of Cuba, in the middle of corporate America trying to victimize Cuba. The reason why corporate America victimized Cuba is because Noble Drew Ali attended the Pan American Conference in Havana, Cuba. Noble Drew Ali had took his studies that he had done for years, stating that we, the melanated people, owned the north, central, and south of Mexico. And the free countries around the earth at the Pan American Conference studied Noble Drew Ali's documentation. There was also a representative from corporate America there. And after they completed their research of Noble Drew Ali's documents, they found he was correct. And they gave Noble Drew Ali documents proving that the melanated people did own the north, central, and south of Mexico, which is from Alaska down to South America. Noble Drew Ali successfully shown that we, the melanated people, were here before anybody else on this side of the earth, which we call the Western Hemisphere. We came from the Eastern over to the Western Hemisphere when it was a small isthmus strip of land that connected the whole body of land on both sides of the earth. We traveled the earth before anybody. So to make a long story short, corporate America was angry with Cuba for holding that conference. How dare these melanated people hold such a venue, proving that, and this is no racism against the European, but proving that we were the travelers of the earth before anybody else. And the European is actually a straggler, one who comes after the original people have already traveled the earth. So that is why no major trade was done with Cuba between corporate America and Cuba because they were angry with Cuba. And that's an unfortunate thing, that the true history is not being told. If you check the dates, 1928, I believe, Noble Drew Ali was given the mandate. Corporate America thought that the melanated people were ready to collect on the debt that was owed to them. So they caused the stock market to crash in 1929. And
here we are again.
Yes, and also Roosevelt went so far as to hide the gold and silver with his 1933 revelation of going off of the gold standard for corporate America's money. That was to hide the assets. So from 1929 through 1933, it was a asserted effort by corporate America to hide the wealth from us true indigenous people who it was owed to. And it is not racism to say it is not the Indian who is indigenous. It is us melanated people, us dark melanated people. We are the true indigenous. If you don't believe that, look at Australia, how the so-called Australians went in and killed the Aborigines, which are dark-skinned people and people of our color, our hue. They even had nappy hair. The Aborigines. You can look all over the earth, and you'll find signs of us melanated people all over the earth. And
everywhere.
It cannot be hidden who we are. It cannot be hidden. There was another thought I had based on something you were talking about, but it has eluded me. And Sister Rhonda, you talked about that's the effects of age. I agree. Sometimes we have a thought and we want to execute it, but that age, it kind of slows us down a little bit.
Right. And you be on the road and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna hit him with this. You're like, oh, what was I going to
I'm gonna have to disagree on.
And then when you get through with a thought and you try to roll back to that you wanted to bring up, it ain't there no more.
Right.
So much coming in, we can't hold it all in one space of moments and time.
You just see the moment.
Hey, big brother.
What's that?
Hey, big brother. I want to tell you this right here. Don't feel bad, no way, you and I would go blank in a second. But guess what? If we just sit back and relax for a minute,
and come back
and go back into the vacation records and roll that thing up.
Yes, sir.
Stop playing with me, Brother Wendell. We're going to touch on them Akashic records tonight. But anyhow, absolutely. Well, Oracle, thank you so much because you just answered for me clearly in a clear, concise term why Pope Pimpalicious went to, I knew why he went to Mexico. I already peeped his game on that. I knew why he went to Cuba because that's also the indigenous people land, but I did not know the story behind the Honorable Noble Drew Ali.
Yes, I didn't even think about that.
That is huge.
It is. And I knew that because we had been trying to locate the recording of that whole conference, and it is not found nowhere.
What?
Oh, it's a Vatican sit up under the
right.
Yeah, true that. We'll locate
in the basement under the stairs.
Yeah, we gonna get his sugar pie.
I do have the document number. It was recorded in let's see, it was recorded in Chicago. I'm trying to think of the county. But the Cook County.
Yeah.
I believe it was, but the document number starts with a 10.
Yeah, okay. You talking about the yes. But we were trying to find the records. I'm sure they recorded that conference somewhere. And we heard that it was in Spanish or in another language, which made it hard to locate too. So
I know a brother that tried to go to Havana, Cuba, and get it, and he got arrested. And was held in prison for a year and a half. They say he was. It said he was trying to say he was a diplomat. They trumped up some charges and arrested. I told the brother to be careful because that's a powerful document he's going.
You gotta have an army.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, you gotta have an army behind you going and doing stuff like that.
Wow.
Well, you know the army you gotta have when you go do stuff like that. You got to be sent by y'all to go get that because they can't send Dr. Henson. He's gonna get any document he needs.
That is true because it wasn't time for it to come out yet. So, everything has its divine order, and obviously the Father wasn't ready for it to come out at that time. So that's very, very interesting. First of all, that just gets definitely gets the explosion sound.
Well, the names that you given the Pope needs another explosion because you hooking him up with some names. I'm telling you.
Let me give Pope Pimpalicious It is what it is. That's his name. He has truly pimped the planet and her people. So, wow, thank you for that, Oracle. That ties it together. So, again, family, we're bringing you these events with his movement, because don't think that it's just ceremony. For what they're telling you the ceremonies are for. It's such the opposite. It is really what's going on right now with the living out of the prophecy. Every move that he is making can be traced back to what happened in the past, the real truth on what happened in the past, why he's touching these particular land masses. He did the same thing when he visited the U.S., and he hit those different places, Philly being one of them, and a couple of other places that we broke down and gave you the historical purpose behind that. And then he jumped his behind off, and I think Sis Gwen broke this down for us beautifully, jumped his behind off, landed in Dallas, jumped off the plane, ran in his pointy-ass toe shoes, jumped on another plane in Dallas. That was his symbolic way to throw shade at Dr. Henderson, and he got the heck on. So everything that he is doing when he is visiting these different places, it is a direct correlation to prophecy and what has happened in the past. So pay close attention, because what they are telling you in the news ain't the real story. And for him to keep bringing up, he's paying homage to the indigenous people, blah, blah, blah. He's talking with a forked tongue like he usually does. So pay close attention. I did want to bring that to you. Go ahead, brother.
Brother.
Yes, sir.
I ain't going to give that chump that kind of credit. He ain't paying no homage to no indigenous people. They still trying to go around us and get somebody else that, that position or whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely. Totally agree. That is the facade, that is the lie that they're putting before the public, that he's paying homage to the indigenous people, when you're standing up there lying through your teeth, because you're paying homage to people that you're putting an identity that is not theirs.
Yeah.
So it's a lie.
You know what?
So I totally agree with you, brother.
You know what? We need to figure out some kind of way to put that doctrine of discovery and that Christian black code on hot fire. You know what I'm saying? On blast. We need to figure that out.
Yeah, that would be a way. That would definitely be a way to get it out there, so the people can start reading through it. And I'll have to go through my stuff. I think I have it. Either way, I'll get with you, brother.
I got 2 or 3 versions of each one of them.
Okay, I'll get with you so we can get it to the Truth Uncompromised family at a minimum. I know I have one version. I didn't realize there were several versions, so absolutely.
Yeah, I got one that's in black and white. I got one that's on the yellow paper. I got a PDF. And see, it's going to hurt their heart for these folks that want to keep accepting that label as Christian. But look at what you're following.
You know what? Now, folks, just better get ready for their feelings to get hurt, because they finna be severely hurt, because all lies are being exposed and all hidden things are being brought to light. So this is just the beginning. So get ready for your feelings to be hurt. And as Grandma and them say, if you throw a rock and the hit dog holler, so it may be.
Yeah.
So get ready. We did a lot on the news tonight. So the only other thing I do want to get to, hopefully, since you're still on the line, is the ish done hit the fan. Financial news. All right. I do have a. You hear, sis?
I'm here. Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yeah, I can hear you, beloved. Okay, I didn't know if you had dropped off because I know you wanted to say the ish done hit the fan, financial news for last. So we're going to start because sis picked up on it earlier. She told you all earlier about cargo and merchandise going to become scarce. So I actually have a clip tonight from a YouTube video, and Sis Gwen, shout out to Sis Gwen, dropped this information on the sister. Now this goes back to the month of January. It was dated January 13th. Now, this should not be unfamiliar to the family because we've been talking to you all quite a bit about the Baltic Dry Index, okay? So this video will explain what is going on with the Baltic Dry Index, and it is also going to explain how that ties in to the economic collapse that is going on. So the name of it, let me get the little name. It's called The Economic Collapse is Here. Ships have halted their sails, first time in history. And this comes off of a YouTube channel called Truth Unveiled 777. And shout out to Sis Gwen for dropping this information, because when I saw her put it there, I'm like, it's on. So let's try to find a little video. We got so much videos, y'all. This is about a 15-minute clip, family. Bear with me. I want you all to hear this clip. I want you to enter and understand why the Truth Uncompromised family keep harping on get your supplies, this, that, and the third, and also I keep harping on the Baltic Dry Index. This will tie it all in. You know what? I love my family to death. Somebody just text me, Brother Khalil, stop playing with a sister. He gonna text me now. I'm finna straight put you on blast. Gonna text me, the fertilizer done hit the ventilator. I just can't with that. So,
the fertilizer hit the ventilator. It stinks in here. Getting funky.
All throughout the call, family, I'll be getting texts and y'all be cracking me up and throwing me information. So, okay, we're gonna play this particular video. So, Dream Team, mute your lines for me, and we'll be back in a second, family.
Truth Unveiled here, and today I have a lot to share with you, so I want to get right into it. And as a warning, I just hope all of you are starting to stock up on food, weapons, ammo, and drinks, especially water, because the economic collapse is here, and I'm going to show you how. Today I'm going to be talking about the Baltic Dry Index, or the BDI, and how this has to do with your food and drinks in stores, and how it could affect the ensuing economy. And remember, we are to be wise as serpents, just like Joseph, and how they prepared for the 7-year famine before it actually happened. We are to prepare before the economic collapse and make sure our families and ourselves have enough food and enough resources so that when tragedy does strike, we are ready. So I'm here at zerohedge.com, and I'm going to share a little bit of this, but I thought it was interesting. It says, nothing is moving. Baltic Dry crashes as insiders warn commerce has come to a halt. The continued collapse of the Baltic Dry Index, and I'll show you that stock later on in the video, remains ignored by most. Besides, we still have Netflix, right? But as Dollar Vigilante's Jeff Berwick details, it appears the worldwide real economy has ground to a halt. Last week I received news from a contact who is friends with one of the biggest billionaire shipping families in the world. Now listen to this. He told me they had no ships at sea right now because operating them meant running at a loss. This weekend alone, reports are circulating saying much the same thing. The North Atlantic has little or no cargo ships traveling in its waters. Instead, they are anchored, unmoving, and get this, empty. So what does that tell us? If these ships are not moving, if these cargo ships are empty, if there's nothing in them, how do you expect to get food? How will food be delivered to the grocery stores? Are you starting to see how things are adding up? We looked at the Dow today, and the Dow dropped another 364 points today or so. And actually, I can take you to an article with the Dow and just how much it's collapsing, and same with the Chinese market. But what I'm telling you is, and just like I said in my bailouts video, when the collapse gets here, it's going to get here. It's going to strike like a thief in the night, honestly. You're not going to even know it and expect it. And like I said, what that means is if there are no ships coming in, that means that no one's going to be able to get their food. Grocery stores aren't going to be able to stock up. The grocery stores are going to shut down. The shutdown has already begun. And this gives a map of the ships and where they mostly are. And it just looks like it's been a stop movement. And here's the graph of the Baltic Dry Index and how it looks. As you can see, towards 2016, it's at the lowest that it's been since ever. And I'll show you a better graph too. And I'm also here at this website, superstation95.com. It says, historic first, North Atlantic empty of cargo ships in transit, all anchored along coasts, none moving. Why do you think that is? Why are they no longer moving the ships? I wonder why. And it says, commerce between Europe and North America has literally come to a halt. For the first time in known history, not one cargo ship is in transit in the North Atlantic between Europe and North America. All of them, hundreds, are either anchored offshore or in part. Nothing is moving. Let me highlight that. Nothing is moving. This has never happened before. It is a horrific economic sign, proof that commerce is literally stopped. And why has commerce stopped? They say people aren't buying things, blah, blah, blah. There's not enough, things to buy and stuff like that. Tumbling dollar, economic collapse imminent. Why am I telling you this? Why am I warning you this? Because think about it this way. If the ships had stopped coming in, if they stopped moving between Europe and North America, what does that tell you? No one's going to be getting their goods. That means there will be no food being shipped in, which also means when you go to the store one day, there's going to be no food there because that store did not receive any shipments of food. And you don't want to be one of those people who go to the store one day and there's no food left because everybody bought it all out. But that's exactly what's happening. The economic collapse is basically here, and people have been brainwashed and conditioned into thinking that everything's okay. I don't know if you all saw the State of the Union, Obama's so-called last State of the Union, when we know darn well that will not be his last State of the Union. But I just want to address what he was talking about with the economy being well and the economy being okay, and that everybody who's talking about economic collapse is crazy. Well, according to stock markets and according to evidence and according to research done by so-called expert economists, the economy is far from okay, and it's right at the brink of a collapse that we have not seen since 2008 and even since 1929, the Great Depression. We are there, folks. And it's only going to get worse from here. And I'm showing you this so that you can prepare ahead of time and not be one of those people who are stuck scrambling for crumbs. Okay, so now we are at the index, and as you can see, the Baltic Dry Index, it dropped another 394 points today, or about close to 2%. Now, if I go to the 5-year mark, you'll see here that it's right here as of today. And as you can see, it's at the lowest, this index here that manages all the cargo ships, it's at the lowest in history. Never has it been this low, but now it is, and people still think that the economy is okay. The 1-year return says it dropped almost 50%. That's a big drop, folks. Like, this is no joke. And now my final place I'm going to show you before I show you the stock market is Dave Hodges, The Common Sense Show. Now, if you have not heard of him, I highly recommend you visit his website because he gives a lot of good information about insider knowledge, martial law, the economy, the coming economic collapse, and everything else. I highly recommend you check him out. He says, and he posted this today, food and medicine will soon be unobtainable. If product is not moving, just as we saw, the ships have been stopped, they're not moving, just as I've shown you, then how will you get your food, medicine, and other essential supplies? And that's the question for today. Farmed economists John Williams from Shadow Stats and Joseph Meyer, Straight Money Analysis, will tell you that the Baltic Dry Index, or the BDI, is the best indicator of the economic health of the economy. If that's the case, and economists are saying this, professional economists, and I just showed you the BDIY, or the Baltic Dry Index, and I showed you that in the past 5 years it's at its lowest, what does that tell you? That tells you that the economy is about to plop, go down the drain. It's even at the door. So then he goes on to write, unfortunately, the BDI has just dropped another 3.1% to a new record low of 402. To anyone who knows anything about economics, it is clear that the end of this financial era is quickly coming to an end, and I have to argue it is already at the end. The MSM conspires to keep the truth from the people, or as he likes to call it, the mainstream media. So you have your CNNs, your Foxes, all of them are totally ignoring the precipitous and unprecedented drop in the BDI and in the Dow Jones and other places. However, the impending financial crisis is not going unnoticed by those who manage the shipping industry. They recognize this as the total disaster that it is. For example, total orders at the shipyards in China have dropped off by nearly 60% in the first 11 months of last year, according to Bloomberg. So what is the mainstream media doing? What is their agenda? They are trying to soften you and condition your mind into thinking that everything's okay, that you don't have to stockpile food, you don't have to get anything ready, you don't have to prepare, that the economy's okay, that it's going to get better and everything's going to be okay in Obama's so-called last year of office, when we know better, because the stock markets, like this one, seem to say otherwise. And he goes on to say that in Obama's last, or so-called last, State of the Union address, he failed to mention that he will not be leaving office anytime soon, because we know he's going to stay in office. The coming catastrophe will soon allow him to stay on as president in order to manage the present crisis and to, of course, save the American people, or as I like to call it, slave the American people, just as he's been doing. So he then goes on to talk about the economy and its standstill and what's been happening. So he says, as shipping and manufacturing continue to crumble, we're going to see shortages in America that we have never seen. And like I said, you're going to start seeing stores no longer being able to stock up on food. You're going to start seeing stores and grocery stores and markets. They're going to say, oh, sorry, we don't have any food. We haven't received the shipment today. Come back later. When you start to hear that, the alarm bell should be ringing in your head, because that tells you, and just as I've shown you in these articles, they're not going to be shipping food here anymore. And then he talks about Michael Schneider and what he's been talking about, and we'll go to his article too. So he even says it's like the Monday before Black Tuesday in 1929, and that's what it is. There's so many warnings, so many alarm bells ringing, but people continue to go through life as if nothing is wrong. Logic means nothing to the sheep of America. Proof means nothing to these people, even scriptures from Revelation. So you can keep telling people, but some people will still think that everything's okay. People will just think that you're fear-mongering, as he says. Fear-mongering, like the term conspiracy theorist, was created by the mainstream media in order to marginalize any individual who has serious concerns about the elite and their intentions regarding the direction that the planet, or the plane, the flat earth, is headed. See, you all need to understand something. You all need to understand the agenda. What they're trying to do is they're trying to condition you to make you think that everything's okay and try to silence everybody else like myself. And that's why people are already going to say, oh, you're fear-mongering, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, oh, no, the economy as well. No, I'm trying to prepare you for the economic collapse. I want you to be ready so that when things do happen, you will be ready. Your family will be ready. You all will have enough food to be ready. So in short, store food and water, buy guns, and convert your cash to gold and silver. Now, the whole gold and silver thing, personally, I'm not a fan of that, because I know when the economy collapses, everything's going to collapse with it, and really the goods are going to come from what you stocked in. Food, toiletries, toilet paper, water. That's really going to become the new commodity, trust me. And now I'm going to show you the Dow Jones as well, and then give you my little 2 cents on what you need to do. Here I am at the Economic Collapse blog, by Michael Schneider again. He just posted this today. If you've been peeping game, the Dow fell another 364 points today, and now we're down 2,200 points from the peak of the market. That's a big drop, folks. This is no joke. And he goes on to talk about the economy and just how bad it is in relation. Now, I'm gonna leave a link for this article and for his website, because I think you need to see just how close we are. So, in short summary, what do you need to do? You need to start stocking up food, water now. Stock up on rice, stock up on pasta, stock up on beans, stock in bulk. Go to Sam's Club, Walmart, start stocking up on bulk foods so that you have enough. Canned foods is a good one too. Really start stocking up now, because I'm telling you now that the ships have stopped coming in, and that, like this article says, there's literally no ships coming in. They're all empty. No ships are moving. That means no commerce is coming in, no food's coming in, nothing is coming in. And you know what that means. What comes after that is when the economy does collapse, just like I shared in my bail-in video, when the banks start to shut down, when the ATMs no longer work, well, now there are no cargo ships coming in, so now that means no food's coming in. So when all the grocery stores are out of food now, well, that's it. There's no more food. So you don't want to be trapped and caught in that mess, because I'm telling you now, when people can't get their food, when people can't get their water, there will be anarchy. And like I said, this is not meant to be fear-mongering. This is not meant to spread fear. What I'm trying to do is prepare you, show you the warning signs, get the truth out there about our economy so that you all may be well with you. You will prepare. You will get enough food and enough drinks and enough supplies for your family, and also toiletries like toilet paper, tissue, flashlights, matches, candles. You'll have enough materials for you so that your family will survive the coming collapse, and you won't be like all the millions of sleeping Americans out there who aren't even prepared, or who don't even know what's going on because they believe CNN, they believe Fox, and worst of all, they believe Obama. So I'm just going to leave that out there, and like I said, my job is to bring you the truth. My job is to sound the alarm, and my job is to let you know and warn you what's going on in the world around you, because there's so many distractions out there, there's so much going on out there, and there's so much TV that you don't really know, that it's keeping you distracted from what's really going on in the world around you, that you don't even know what's going on. So hopefully I can be a resource for you to lead you into truth and lead you into the right direction, so that way you can start preparing for the coming collapse. Because this has never happened before, never in history. So why it's happening now, with the convergence of the Dow falling 2,200 points within the past month or so, that should be ringing some alarm bells. I'm going to leave the links below. Please comment. If you have any other helpful solutions, that would be great. This is Truth Unveiled. Shalom.
All right, family. All right. So that video, again, was from the Truth Unveiled 777 YouTube channel. The title of the YouTube video is "The Economic Collapse is Here. Ships Have Halted Their Sales. First Time in History." And that came courtesy of Sis Gwen. Very good job. I do want to let the family know that since that video aired on January 13th, they quoted that the Baltic Dry Index, I want to say, was 300 and something. Today, I checked yesterday. I didn't check today. It is at $2.95. So it is still continuing to drop, and furthermore backing up what that particular person is saying and what Truth Uncompromised has been saying for a few months. So, sis, you have anything you want to add to that? And I'm going to open Brother Wendell back up in case you have something to put in.
Well, just to family prepare. We've been trying to keep ourselves informed as possible. And passing along what we know to you all. So just prepare and no fear and be safe.
Right. Absolutely. And I second that. We're bringing you this information so you can be aware and also just prepare.
Right.
If you're already signed up for the Bathsheba and Esther Trust and you've been indexed, when the new financial system comes online, you'll be fine. But there will be a transition period. We have to go through the battle of Armageddon, and part of that battle not only is a military battle, but it's also literally the collapsing of the financial system, the old system. So there will be a transition period. So just be prepared for that period with your non-perishable items and medication and such. Brother Wendell, did you want to put something else on it?
Of course. Okay. Then we're gonna have to back up just a second here regarding the statement I made earlier about using your little dollar while you can.
Huh.
Now, what I'm gonna ask the family a question. What do you think this shipping family is doing while these ships are sitting out here in the ocean with nothing on them? And what do you think CNN, Fox, and all these newscasters, what do you think they're doing? I'm going to make it real simple for you. I'm going to get real country with you. They going for soup. Do y'all know what that means?
I ain't heard that one.
I hear the crickets chirping. I'm gonna explain to you what going for soup is. In the country when I was growing up, we played marbles. We shot marbles. And a player in the game, when they were losing all their marbles, would call in for a high soup. The soup is the amount of marbles you put in the book. And everybody go back to this line away from the book to cast their marbles. Right? And guess what?
Okay.
While everybody at the line, the person that's losing say, go for soup and run up there and get all the marbles. That's what they doing. But they ain't telling you. In other words, this shipping family, knowing all these boats are sitting out here with nothing on them, they ended taking their money and getting what they can get. So are those newscasters. They doing the same thing. They just ain't telling you. They going for soup while y'all going to. They going for soup while y'all going to ball game.
Exactly, and that also why I made the statement earlier about they are dumping the fiat. They're getting out of paper because they already know what's shaking down. They know that it's truly no value. And then on top of that, it is also said that the reason that the ships are sitting because people are demanding to be paid and demand. They don't want fiat petro dollars.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't have nothing.
Yeah.
So they at zero.
Yeah. Yeah. And one thing, and I'm gonna leave it alone. Shout out to Sister Gwen. I met her down at Index in this past weekend.
Oh, that's yay!
Appreciate it. And
I have to give her a hand clap on that because
Yes.
Hey, Rhonda.
That video was dope. Yes, sir.
She had a fit when I told her who I was.
She sure did.
I told you was a star, Brother Wendell. I told you was a star. Oh, that is so good. I'm so happy you all synced up. That is a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Beautiful thing. So I know we ran extra, real extra. The only other thing I want to add with the ish and hit the fan in financial news, that the collapse of Deutsche Bank. Remember we talked about Deutsche Bank last week, and remember I stated that they are the flagstone signal bank that the banking system has collapsed. Think of them as the Lehman Brothers of our time, but as other folks have come out and said, it will be Lehman Brothers 10 times to 100 times over. Okay? So Max Kaiser of RT News, he does a show. He publicly came out and said, this is the headlines now. This is dated February 14th, so this was Sunday. Deutsche Bank is technically insolvent, running a Ponzi scheme. Did we not just go over this Thursday?
Yes, we did. Yep. We sure did.
Okay, and so he basically in this article says that they're technically insolvent despite assurances from German finance minister. Okay, so he goes on to just discuss again how Deutsche Bank shares are down 40% since the beginning of the year, falling below the price at the time of the 2008 financial crisis. With the balance sheet now eclipsing J.P. Morgan's, Kaiser warned that the bank will sooner or later have to admit to insolvency and say we either need a huge bailout, which ain't going to happen, or close up shop. That's what y'all finna do. You finna close up shop.
As far as I'm concerned, they don't even exist.
Yeah, they really don't. They really don't. They really don't. So I'm not going to read the rest of this article. It's another good article. I'll repost it again on Truth Uncompromised, because he also gets into how the bonds are in trouble. The bonds are just investments that the banks and different government agencies sell, and how now the bonds are issuing negative interest rates. We talked about that also, what negative interest rates are, meaning you put in, and that happened to me, I was so fired up a couple of years ago. I put in $100, forgot about it, left it, remember, I said, let me go and get that little scratch. Went back and got it, and she said $60. I almost reached over that counter. I said, excuse me? That's negative interest rate. Same thing with bonds. You buy a bond for $100, and then you turn around, upon maturity, and they say, oh, here's $60 back. So that's a reminder what negative interest rates are. So I did want to bring that to the family's attention, that just what we discussed last Thursday, Kaiser came out that Sunday and pretty much mirrored exactly what we said regarding Deutsche Bank and the Ponzi scheme in general. Okay. So, family, that is the news. Dream Team, we really used up all of the time. So how do you all want to do it? You want to open up the phone lines, and then we're just going to have to pick back up with the Book of Enoch, because I don't want to rush through that. It's some pretty explosive stuff that directly ties into prophecy. So what do you all think?
Ron.
Yes, sir.
I want to say this one thing.
Sure thing.
This is on the real. Well, it's always on the real. What are you talking about, man? But anyway. But anyway, this is for the family. We just spent 3 hours discussing some real important news.
Yeah.
And, you know, we know a lot of you tune in because you want to hear us discuss the creation story and how all the different books support each other. But sometimes you have to drop what you're doing and take care of what's happening now.
Yeah.
Because it really ain't nothing we can do with what happened then other than what we're doing, researching and helping each other find out what really happened. But this is the time where I don't have one problem with the entire call being the news, because it's very important that we understand and get the information that we need, because you're not going to get it on mainstream media, period.
Right. Thank you for that, brother. And just so you know, family, I still wasn't even done giving you all of the news stories.
Yeah, she still ain't through with that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I had to really pick and choose out of the list what to give you all that was urgent, so you could keep up with where we are and enter and understand where we are and how they are putting it out there and what the warning signs are. I still didn't even get through all of the news. So
you know what, Rhonda? I don't know what the rest of the panel thinks about this, but I think it's more important to every bit of it get it out there, because we may not be able to do it the next time. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. That was my fear. That was my fear. I said, you know what? I better go ahead on and get it out there, because we don't know when stuff is going to jump off. So that way the family will at least have the information. So we'll definitely pick back up with the book of Enoch and the creation story myths. So I'm going to go ahead and open the phone line. So so if you have a question, comment, if you want to put something on it, press *6 to get in the queue. I knew it was going to line up.
Line it up, family. Come on in.
Let's go. Let's get started with 240. Okay. Oh, hopefully.
Hello, Wanda, family.
Good evening. Peace and love.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, beloved.
Okay, great. Glad to be here. I want to follow up sharing that Brother Tahuti did. I did some research a few years ago, and in line with that 1928 conference that was held in Havana, Cuba, the Honorable L. Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, known as the Honorable Noble Drew Ali, he took a man with him out of Chicago. I can't think of his name, but that brother was so impressive because he spoke 98 languages.
Wow.
Someone that looked like me and looked like you. And when the representative from the United States recognized the volume of knowledge that Noble Drew Ali had as part of his circle, he was stacked. So as a follow-up, I went on to read a book called Pawn Sovereignty. If you Google it, it will come up, and it really outlined the that conference and the impact of over 500 nations since that time have established their sovereignty. And it's kind of in line, as I interpret it, it might be wrong, but it's kind of in line with what Dr. Henderson is sharing with respect to what is the importance of indexing, what is the importance of being recognized as one. And in addition to that, Noble Drew Ali was victimized by the taking of his children in the state of Maryland.
I did not know that.
In and around that time by Child Protective Services.
Wow.
But he was victorious in his quest to gain his children back and
continue with his plight. And if you read a book of roughly about 600 pages, that's where I got that from, and I did some follow-up research. It's Exhuming of a Nation.
Oh.
I've
heard of that.
By E. Lou Pleasant Bay. It's a lot of history in that. That is my sharing, and one closing comment. The sister that you just shared the information on regarding the things that are coming, I'm in and around Baltimore, and going back probably 8 or 9 months, I can see little tidbits of martial law being formed. They are actually doing temporarily roadblock. Like if anyone's familiar with 83 in Baltimore, they'll go up maybe 20 miles up 83 and start putting their cones out. And by the time you get down to the general population of the city, you into one lane. And it's amazing. So when I start to cultivate the knowledge and the energy as to what that sister mentioned, reference the boats and some other things that I've ran across, this country, being surrounded, there's a major consequence that we should put up front, and I'm so appreciative of your show because you all are dead on. Our people must get prepared because there are some very devastating consequences ahead, and that's just in a very elementary analysis of which I share. And I
Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Before you yield, if you may give me the name of the first book that you mentioned.
Pawn, P-A-W, Pawn, P-A-W-N, Sovereignty.
Okay, got you. Pawn Sovereignty. Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Thank you so much, brother, for that wealth of information. I truly appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay,
Nightfall.
thank you. Nightfall. Peace and love, brother. Wow, great information. Okay, 904, your line is open.
Thank you. Peace and love. Good evening, Rhonda, Sis Rhonda,
Good evening, Linda.
Wendell, give Jersey a hug and a kiss for me.
Oh.
In case he didn't say it, his grandson is only about 6 weeks old, 5 or 6 weeks old. He was beautiful. I wanted to share something to kind of tie in the creation stories with what's in the news today or what's going on so that we can have touch bases with everything. Rhonda, last night I listened to the Dave Schmidt of the Sedona Connection. He had a guest on his show last week, and Michael something with a T, who is supposed to be a Nephilim. And so what?
Really?
Yes. And so actually what Dave Schmidt's shows have been about in the last 4 weeks are about the Anunnaki. So he's been in Hawaii, and some people with the show in Hawaii are now in Arizona, but they've been doing these back and forth, and what they're talking about is exactly what we're talking about, the Anunnaki and the creation stories. And they're talking about it in a sense of today. And so this Michael guy, he said that in 2005 that his blood was tested, and it showed that he is Nephilim, definitely of Nephilim origin. And that how they could tell is because that it vibrates at a, like if ours is 25 hertz or something, his is 250 if it's that fast, and that there are people of Nephilim origin whose frequency is up to like 12,000 or something, that's the high. But anyway, it's more, there's two things that they were saying, and so these are, again, Dave Schmidt is of the Red Dragon, so it's the same people. They're doing projects. They're Red Dragon Family China, I don't know, good or bad, but they're saying that what's getting ready to come out now is they're going to talk about the mound builders in the Americas who are of Anunnaki origin, and that they're from the Great Lakes area, like in the Ohio, and that this guy Michael, he's a excuse me, that he said he is of Cherokee blood. So they were saying, well, the Americas, the Anunnaki, the indigenous people of Hawaii and the Americas, and they were saying, we know that they're two separate groups, but we're going to call them one because it's of North America. What I want to say now is Hawaii is not part of America. Hawaii is back to being its own kingdom. It's always been a kingdom. You know, we kind of kidnapped it and made it one of our territories. Right. But they are not with two separate people. And so so when you were talking about the Pope in Mexico earlier, then it shows me the trick, you know, about the turn of the century in the 1900s. They were going to try to use some of the Native Americans and say that they were the indigenous people. And so right now, I guess they're trying to somehow, you know, they're in the area near Canada, the Great Lakes, talking about Hawaiians, and the Pope is in Mexico. So again, to me, and I can only, you know, I don't know anything. I just put pieces together like a puzzle. Right. So they're going all over North America and the islands, and they're trying to get people who are brown-skinned to collaborate with and say that these are the indigenous people, and putting Hawaii as part of it. Now, of Hawaii and Polynesia Islands, you know, they pride themselves in their blood, you know, and I'm going to say like the Easter Island or Olmec type of person or things like that, you know, all the Polynesian islands in Hawaii. So they're getting ready to try to put us in a trick again and steal our inheritance. But this guy, Michael, who says he's a Nephilim, that he says that he is like the returned incarnate of Ea. Ea, who is the real name of, you know, the one of Earth, who Earth is named after. I think in the book of Enki it says that, and that and who is Enki. Enki is a title. So now this white man with a long gray, you know, salt and pepper beard and stuff, who now he's supposed to be the incarnate of Enki. And they're talking about Marduk. So once again, it's trying to just whitewash the indigenous people of America.
Absolutely.
And say it. And so I just wanted to say that because this is what's coming out. It's almost like a parallel to, you know, and in case anyone doesn't know that Enki is also the title, and it's what they say, Yah, you know, the owner of the earth. And so so we all have a vested interest. You know, it's like when someone wants to dispel everything that Dr. Henderson says or put a story side by side with the Dr. Henderson story and of the indigenous people, then maybe the whole world will believe Dr. Henderson and come aboard because they know the history of the Moors and of the people. But the blacks and the white-skinned people in North America will fight to have a blonde head, you know, Inky, and Ea than to sit up and to, or a blonde Yah than to have a black Yah. And so I just wanted to put that out there because you were talking about the creation stories and what's in the news. And so that's the way that it is in the news. And I can ask you, I have one question now that I've wanted to ask for about 3 weeks. Rhonda, why have we been, like as much things in the news, why have we been concentrating on the creation stories for at least 13 segments? What makes it so important right now? And I yield. That's just my question because it is very relevant. But 13, 6 months ago or 4 months ago, you decided that we were going to do this, and it's a long time. So what prompted you to get on this series and stay on it? I yield.
Thank you, sis. Wow. First of all, that information that you just have given us is very, very fascinating to me. I know of Dave Smith's work I listened to a couple of his programs. He was heavily involved in the whole currency reset and the dong, and I think he even has a group spun up that's supposed to be in one of the tiers, and supposedly he has a connection with one of the dragons, yada, 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 and he's connected to them. So I know of his work. I find it highly, highly interesting that he has decided to start talking about the Anunnaki and creation stories. I find that very, very interesting. The reason that I started to do it, to be honest, sis, I don't even remember why I started. I just know from what I've learned from a metaphysics perspective and studying different religions and just growing spiritually, I thought about all of the different stories that are floating out there, and I said, it would be great to start introducing this information to the Truth Uncompromised family. So that is what initially made me want to do that show. But when we did the first one out the gate, it was so explosive, and Sis Sahida, you can please feel free, sis, to chime in. It was so explosive, and that's how Brother Wendell came on part of the Dream Team as well, because he had a huge piece of the puzzle to bring in from the Inky perspective. And then you had Oracle Tahuti that can cross across several of those ancient texts as well. And it was just so powerful, and with all of us started putting the pieces together, we started seeing the similarities, and the light bulb started going off. And I kept saying, family, we're going to be on this for a while. You all have to be patient with us. I don't know how long it's going to take us to be on this. So that's how that journey began. But I find it highly interesting now that others are talking about the Anunnaki and the creation story, and you're putting a white person again in front of these stories, when we have clearly shown through our studies with the creation story myth that it started with the melanated people. And yes, sis, I am agreeing with you. I was trying to be nice, but I backed away from listening to Dave Smith because I kind of got leery when he was claiming connection with the dragons, and supposedly and allegedly he was bringing one of the dragon ambassadors on his show to talk about stuff. And I'm like, come on now, the dragons wouldn't even come out like that and give you that type of audience. So I started to feel that something was fishy about him. He was pushing that dinar pretty heavily, and like I said, he even had a group. I don't know if he still has a group set up with that dinar with different tiers. So yes, he could be very well an agent and the cabal. I don't know that for sure. I'm just saying, for me, I got very leery, and I just totally stopped listening to his info because I used the sermon. It just didn't pass the smell test, and I moved on. But that's interesting that now all of a sudden, out of the blue, he wants to start discussing the Anunnaki, and you got a white person up there claiming the title of Inky. Okay, keep on playing. Keep playing.
Right. Maybe he heard our show.
Keep on playing. Keep playing. We also soon know whom is who. Go ahead.
Also, in divine timing, it's like it's time for us to know where we came from so that we can know where Yah is taking us.
I totally agree, sis.
And the further we go back, the better. Like Wendell said, you got to go back as far as you can.
And what Brother Wendell said that out the gate.
Yes, he did.
He said that out the gate. We got to go back further than that, baby. And so it kind of just took on that energy of its own. And the more we get into it, the more the light bulbs just come on. Because even tonight, although we didn't get to it, we will get to it. With Enoch, the part of the book of Enoch that we're in now, Enoch was foretelling prophecy, and it is literally what we are living through right now, and it took it knocked the breath out of me. It was so powerful. So I truly don't want to take credit on why I quote supposedly picked that topic. I think that topic was given to me for a purpose, and it's one of the reasons we just cannot get off of it, because it's just that powerful. And all praises to the Most Highest Father, Allah, Yahweh, for even allowing that facilitation to take place, because now that I know that somebody else is talking about it, we're definitely going to keep doing it and hitting it hard to make sure, to the best of our ability, with the divine order of the Most Highest, that it is so properly. Because we are stopping all the lies of who is whom. It stops here. It stops now. We will no longer allow it. So thank you for that, Sis Linda. We will continue to move forward with that. Okay, the next caller is 404. 404, your line is open. Uh-oh, let me try it again. They're trying to act up on us. 404, your line is open.
404. Unmute your phone.
Okay, all right, sis. I know who you are, so you're gonna have to come back in the queue. Yeah, we can't get to you. Okay, 773. Here go my girl. 773. Your line is open. Don't tell me they didn't cut us off, sis. We must have really been getting hard. 773.
Okay.
Let me try again. 773. Let me try one more time.
Hey, hey, Sis Ron, can you hear me?
We can hear you now, beloved. How are you, sis?
I am fine. I was late. I was coming home from work. I mean, I get off 6 and I had to stay a little bit long, and I was just upset because the call came on, and I wanted to listen. I was just upset. I'm like, because this is in my calendar. I don't care if you guys are on 6, 7 hours. I want to sit and talk and listen because it's so powerful. It's so much information. And Wendell, it is so wonderful to put a face to the voice. When I said Wendell was down there hugging the Book of Life, y'all, he picked up the Book of Life. Queen Shama talking, and he talking in the background. He's so excited. He said, I just want to give everybody a hug. And he just picked up the book and just started hugging it. She said, will you be quiet? He said, I just want to hug everybody. I just want to give everybody a hug.
To tell him to hush it.
She went over there to Wendell. She rubbed his head and kind of laid him close to his chest. I just need you to be quiet and be quiet. That's all. He was so excited. But what happened was, I was sitting down. I have a question too, but I got to tell you about this experience. I was sitting down, and I was eating, and I heard his voice, and I just stopped. Like, where is that voice? And I tuned into it, and he started walking toward me, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, wait a minute. I say, Black Wendell. Wendell. I'm like, oh my God, yeah, this the old country bumpkin. The old country boy. It's me with his bottle of water walking around. I was so excited to meet Wendell. It's like you meeting your family, you know? I was just so excited, so excited. And it's the energy that he brings is just amazing. The knowledge that he brings is sitting around talking to our brothers and sisters, and it's just flowing off of his tongue. So that was an amazing experience. Sis Linda, kisses to you, Sis Linda. Kisses to you. Kisses to you. I met her. Oh, my God, and she knows what. You were right. You were right. You were right. So, anyway, I'm excited. I'm so excited. So, this is my question. Well, not my,
I say it's a beautiful thing, and indexing is a beautiful experience.
Indexing, I met so many wonderful people, and then we're connected now. We talk on the phone. We talk to each other on Facebook, because for us to be indexed, we're a community. We're a family, and we want to continue to communicate with each other, and it's just an amazing feeling. It is. It is.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So earlier, you're welcome. So earlier, Sis Rhonda, you were talking about how the martial law had went, and they went to a gentleman's house, and he had a $1,500 student loan due. So 7 U.S. Marshals that go to this man's house. And what I was thinking about when you were telling that story, they're now, to me, it's like they're trying to create fear among the people.
Right.
If I can come to your house for if I can come to your house for a $1,500 loan, you're going to be afraid of anything else. So martial law is about to take place. So people to me, it's like they're putting fear into the people to comply.
Yeah, and the thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
And the thing that got me with the whole thing, and I totally agree with what you're saying. Because for dude to go ahead on and let them take him up out his crib, let's think about that. Knock, knock. Who is it? Marshall such and so. What do you want? Who you looking for? I don't know what you're talking about. Go back, sit down, cross your legs. But for him to open up the door, knock, knock, U.S. Marshal, I'm looking for such and so. Oh, yeah, okay, what you want? Oh, you want me to go with you? Oh, I'm going to let you handcuff me? Oh, you want me to sign this saying I'm going to pay back? Are you freaking serious?
Right.
Yeah, but you know what, sis?
Brainwashing tactic.
It really takes a lot of courage and fearlessness to stand on the truth.
Stand on your square.
Because, yes, it really does. And then when you don't have the truth and you just have the lies, then you know what you do to preserve yourself, unfortunately. And we have to know, Dr. Henderson is saying, no insurrection for a reason. You know what I'm saying? It's not just to keep us, it's to keep us safe, of course, but it's to choose our battles wisely. We have to be wise as serpents. Somebody, they at your door and they got the batting ram, whatever they call that thing. Okay, yeah, you're going to go back and sit down, but here they come through the door anyway.
Right. Well, that's a different story. That's a totally different story, but just the way they presented the story, I'm agreeing with Gwen, because it is a brainwashing fear tactic to say, yeah, we're going to do what we want to do. So I truly got that message loud and clear, but on the flip reverse side to that should be a huge wake-up call to everybody to get on the trust.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's your protection.
Come out of her. Because when I saw that, I thought, oh, yeah, they pulling out all the stops now.
And another thing Dr. Henderson said when he finally came to the meeting, he said that the world has led, the cabal, this Babylonian system, has deceived the people into thinking that the holy books that we're reading now today, were past tense. He said that they're present tense. That book was written for now. It wasn't written for what happened back then. It was written for what's happening right now. And they have taken it completely out of context and fooled the people and said, hey, Jesus lived back then, or Yehoshua lived back then, and those things are happening. No, he said the book of the dead was then, and they wrote that book to let us know what was happening in the future. And we were really deceived. So one of the questions I asked him, I said, now that we're indexed, what do we do? What happens? How do we live? What happens? What should we do going forward? He definitely talked about no insurrection. He also talked about the fact that to continue to bring people in, continue to learn the truth on a consistent basis. Because now that we have the truth, go out and share the truth with others and let them know what it is. And again, they're not going to always hear us. You know, you tell them the truth, they don't want to listen, brush the dust off your feet and keep going. But it was so powerful and so emotional. I'm crying as he's talking and just getting all of this knowledge. It was so amazing. But I'm so thankful to Yah Allah, for allowing me to be a part of this community. Little did I know that it existed. I was led to it. Some wonderful people, Sis Saida, Sis Rhonda, Wendell, Black, Brother Khalid. Oh, my God. I bow down. I honor you guys because this is not easy. And Sister Rhonda, for the courage that you do every week on this call, you show no fear, among others. Don't give up. I talked to Sis Linda, and Sis Linda was saying sometimes it gets difficult, and I know it does. It gets difficult sometimes, and sometimes things may come your way to be discouraged, but don't give up. As soon as you give up, you have another person coming on wanting to hear what you're talking about. I'm inviting. I had a listening party with Dr. Henderson's call on Wednesday at my home, and my sister, she was listening. She said, "What do I need to do to go and get indexed?" I'm gonna sell it. And so all I do is play it. I don't talk to anybody, but I just play the call. And it's loud. It's on my speaker system, and everyone in the house can hear it. So, and that began to bring them in. So I'm talking too much, but Sis, Rhonda, Saida, Wendell, Brother Black, Brother Khalid, I love you guys, and I'm not going anywhere. I may not say anything, but trust me, my alarm is set for 5:45, so I need to start shutting things down because I know this call is coming on. Same thing with Sis Linda call, 5:45, I'm shutting things down. I call no one, I text no one because I want to pay attention to what's happening. So Sis Linda, I know you're still on the call. Don't give up. Sis Rhonda, Sis Saida, the Dream Team, don't give up because we are here.
Ain't going nowhere.
Information. We need this information to keep us going on a daily basis. Love, peace, truth, freedom, and justice. One mind, one heart, one spirit, one spirit.
Thank you, sis.
Peace and love,
peace and love, beloved. Peace and love. And thank you for your support, sis, and thank you for sharing your experience with us. And, you know I am personally honored to be able to have this platform to do what I'm doing. And trust and believe, I enter and understand. It's so not about me. Trust me when I tell you, it is not about me. I am just a vessel to get the information out. This is what my purpose was for this time, and I am ever so honored to be able to do it. I don't take it lightly. I take it seriously. And I do thank you, Sis Gwen, for your support. I thank my wonderful Dream Team for their support, all of their hard work. That includes Sis Linda, Denise, Sis Oracle Beverly as well. It is not easy coming on here week after week. We do a lot of research. We put in a lot of work to put these shows on. But just hearing your testimony, Sis Gwen, that makes it all worth it. So we thank you for that. And we do send all praises to the Most High, highest Father, Allah, Yahweh. Thank you for that. Okay, 248, let's see. 248, your line is open.
Good evening, everybody. This is good night anyway. This is Mokhtar Bey from Detroit. Can you hear me?
Yes, brother, we can hear you well.
Yes. I'm not going to take up too much time because I know there's probably a lot of callers on the phone that want to say something. But I just like to thank you, Queen Mother, and Dr. Henderson for all that you're doing and everything. And then thank the Noble Drew Ali. Spirit is with me every day. And I have some concerns about, like, the indexing. I thought on the last call, I thought I heard you mentioned something about people have to go get a background check on that corporate name. Am I correct? Or
okay, so let's start with, brother. Let's be clear on what call you're on, because I certainly don't want to disrespect the Honorable Dr. Henderson.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't want to do that.
Or Empress. This is the Truth Uncompromised call. So, their call is separate, but we are one family and connected. I can, give you the answer of what I heard them say, but I would strongly encourage you to get in the queue to make sure you get the answer clarified totally. And the Empress holds an indexing call every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. She also has archive calls there on the SOVCPR website that you can go back and listen to get those answers. So I will give you the answer what I heard, but don't take that as face value. Get it from the source as your verification. But they do need that background check for security reasons, because remember, you are entering the World Court Embassy. So for legalities, legal reasons, as well as security reasons, is why they are asking for that particular check. So for any other information on that, please make sure that you ask that direct question to the Empress and team.
Oh, okay.
And can I add to that, brother, that she did give a website that people can go to get that check and not have to walk into one of the agents' buildings and get one.
Very good point.
Okay.
I think she said VeriSign, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Okay. Right. Well, unfortunately, I got in the queue at the last minute, and then the call ended and everything. It's really nothing. It's just that I know that our people be getting trumped up charges put on that name, and then under threat, duress, and coercion, they throw us in jail. But I don't have any warrants or anything. It's just most of us know people that have warrants, and they would rather take their chances than go to jail over a nonviolent crime due to that straw name. I just, had a suggestion that maybe, I just had a suggestion that maybe I just thought it would be better if there was an area on the document that asked, were you ever convicted of a felony, and then explain, rather than going through a colorable institution to co-sign that we're eligible to survive this whole thing by getting on the trust. That's it. But I just want to hurry up and make this brief, another subject, pertaining to what you all were talking about. Not long ago, some contract enforcers, they came up in my house and accused me of harboring a fugitive, and I knew they were lying and called them out on it. But anyway, they put cuffs on me, but ended up taking them off, because by the time I said what I had to say, they took the cuffs off and they left, But still, they violated my rights and everything. I had to quote laws to them and then tell them all the violations that they did, and there was a lot of them, They didn't, it was forced entry, aggravated assault, human trafficking, racketeering, kidnapping for ransom with intent to do injury, just a whole list of things. When I started breaking it down like that, they took the cuffs off me and everything, and they left. But the fact is, I've been doing research, and this has been going around, some old people went to jail, but then they got out of jail. They filed a lawsuit, and I'm in the process of working on one. The same thing happened to them, but they went to jail. They didn't know what to say, Right. And it's just something that's been going around. And I just, have some concerns about it. And also been paying attention to what a lot of what nature has been doing. And I followed I just want to put this out there because, because I saw 3 of them about 2 years ago. And I've always been had an interest in giant Japanese hornets because they shoot acid out to dissolve human flesh, and they never saw humans as an enemy. But I recently saw a documentary, and they started in Japan, and they were killing people over there. But it was like 40 people a year. But I just recently saw a documentary where they were crossing borders, and they got it in for humans and breeding mass queens because they want world domination. And the title of that documentary is Giant Hornets from Hell. And I saw 3 of them along with my brother, and it freaked me out because I never seen a hornet that big before. And we're both artists, so I can put a thought in my head and draw it right out, paint, sculpt, or whatever. And when I saw this,
beautiful.
I knew what it was, and he knew what it was. And they're here. The giant Japanese hornets are in the United States now. And I just kind of want to put that out there. If anybody see one, don't try to kill it or anything. Just try to call animal control or whatever, because if you try to kill it, it'll let off a pheromone, and then a whole lot will come to its rescue. And one sting from a giant Japanese hornet is enough to kill a human. 12 of them stun a man in the face, and his whole face slipped off within 12 hours. And I just want to make, the name of the documentary is Giant Hornets from Hell, and they're here now, and they're also known as the Yak Killer, short for Pontiac. They're up they're here, and I know other people that saw them too. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there and everything, along with what I said earlier about the going down to the colorable institutions and stuff. A lot of people don't want to do that. I don't have any warrants, but I still feel cold. I feel cold if I have to go down there because I know what kind of a venue that I'm walking into. It's like I'm walking into a lion's den.
Right.
And they scooping people up. We already know all this crap going on with the FEMA camps and stuff. There's no telling what they might try to do because they see us as a way to create revenue,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's a dangerous venue for us to have to go into to try to survive by getting in the book of life. I've been told by the Library of Congress, they was putting me in the book of life when I was getting my CMA documents and everything, and it took me 3 months to get them. But I don't know if I could trust that. So with this, I want to get some more clarity about the trust, which I will call, on a proper date. But it took me a minute to kind of get used to this because I know sometimes when these calls and everything, if I'm new to everything, then I have to learn the procedure.
Right.
But anyway.
Okay. And just so you know, if you need to know anything about the trust and the whole procedure, I would suggest you go back to the SOV CPR site. They have all of the call archives. Start at the top. Go all the way back to the top and start knocking those calls out. And I guarantee you, once you get into about the 4th call, you're going to say, I get it. That'll get you caught up. Now,
I'm going to try. Right.
As far as everybody going to the police station, now let's use common sense, folk. When they say they need you to bring your police record, if you know you got warrant, come on now, we family now. Come on now. I know people with warrants or used to have warrants, whatever the case may be. Don't be that gullible to walk up in the police station and order a report on your doggone self and get locked up.
No, I don't know anybody like that. Most of the people I surround myself with, I got sense.
You'll be surprised.
You can order a background check online.
Mm-hmm.
Google the companies on background check. You can get it yourself online in less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Let's start using discernment and common sense. So I do want to clarify that. But, yeah, brother, just to make sure, get your answer to that from the direct source, Empress Shama. But that's from my inner and understanding of the process.
Okay, one last thing. Right, one last thank you for your insight and filling me in on the details and everything, but one last brief thing. I hope everybody got pens to write this down, you know. I just heard about the U.S. Marshals and stuff. For the people that may not know, just write down the Pope's letter to President Obama, July the 4th, 2014. Now, the boss himself, the Pope, talked about the human trafficking and all that stuff and the estates. And you all might be, the ones that don't know, interested in reading it. The document is out there. Get it while you can, because there's no telling how long it's going to be out there. And if they come to your house, you could present that to them and let them know they are in total violation of the law. And that letter is so deep, you know.
What is the name of the letter? You didn't give us the name.
It's called Civil Orders. It's called Civil Orders. A letter, powerful letter from the Pope to Obama, July the 4th, 2014. And it even has the U.S. talk to or the police, U.S. Marshals, anybody, any public servant that want to come to you and see you as food for their banking vote that they call a jail cell, to store you in as a warehouse receipt.
Right.
Gotcha.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, brother.
Thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And I'll talk again another time. But thank you very much, and may Allah bless our entire family. You know, and everyone just try to be in peace. You know.
All right.
Okay, I yield the floor.
Thank you, beloved. Peace unto you, brother. Okay, and Sis Gwen wants to make sure that we send our shout out to our beloved Oracle. So Oracle Tahuti, Sis Gwen didn't forget about you either. She wanted me to let you know that. Okay, I think this is our brother Tim. Let me open the line. Okay, brother, the line is open.
Hey, what's happening?
How are you tonight, beloved?
I'm doing all right. I'm always enjoying the show like I do every week.
Great. What's on your mind tonight?
Hey, I was thinking about I was listening to the guy talking, and I was reminding myself that I used to listen to American Freedom Radio a few years ago, and I'm kind of pissed that I should have recorded those shows, because you can't even get those shows now, those archives, and like and you know, like from YouTube, some things you can't even get anymore, and
they'll take your stuff down.
For real, and it's like, God, I should have got it when the good was good, but but you know, I'm listening to what y'all was saying about the economy and everything, and you're right, because sometimes you can see so even some of the prices at the stores that are different now. So you can tell with the shopping. So I guess I'm trying to stock up on my water as much as I can. If I catch it on sale, just stock up on my water and canned goods, like, you know, just like they were talking about a few years ago. So, but one of the things I want to bring, because I think I kind of briefly touched on it last week about the Super Bowl and the correlation between the Panthers celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party, And it just so happened, I'm not even going to say a coincidence, that the Panthers made it to the Super Bowl. And they were going up against the Broncos.
Oh, yeah. You mean in the actual game, the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Now, we all know that the KKK, the white supremacy brought down the Black Panther Party. So someone else had to bring this to my attention. Then I had to take a second look, and you look at the Broncos logo mascot is a pale horse.
Behold the pale
horse.
Wow.
And I sat there like, wow. I said, because all that whole Sunday I've been looking for those Illuminati rituals and stuff, during the halftime show, and that slipped right past me. So I'm like, good. So they put it right in our face. And you look at Cam Newton is the face of the Carolina Panthers, just as Huey P. Newton was the face of the Panthers. So none of this is a coincidence. And I tell people,
it's not.
I said, what made me take notice of these things in sports was when the New England Patriots won the Super Bowl in 2002, right after 9/11. That made me take notice of a lot. I said, hold up, something is quite fishy here. Just when everybody was so patriotic and the red, white, and blue, now you have an NFL team winning the Super Bowl. So that's when I really started taking notice to a lot of these events. So
just like when the New Orleans Saints won the year of Katrina, am I right or wrong?
And 5 years later, I think Hurricane Katrina happened in 2005, but 5 years later, in 2010, they won the Super Bowl. So.
Yeah.
But I understand what your point. You're exactly right. So it's like there's a way to bring some money back to the city. But I'm like, man, the damage is done.
Right. Right. So none of it is a coincidence, and it also proves, like we've been telling you, that the whole sports system is fake. The fix is in.
Yeah. Fix.
And it was something else I was going to bring up. Oh my gosh, I should have wrote this stuff down. But you know what? I do enjoy y'all shows, and I was laughing. I see Wendell back there, and I saw the lady giving him props. I was like, man, smooth. The smooth Wendell.
Brother Wendell, his little fan club. He was walking through indexing like a little boss. All right, Brother Wendell, we fixed your hard.
But I was laughing, you're talking about the system, the economy, and it took me back to a show that Wendell was saying that they're not going to get any of his energy, and that you made that statement like the only thing they can get from you is a Xerox copy of your middle finger.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I said, and I said monetize that.
Monetize it.
Yeah. So,
that's right.
But I try to keep up on what's going on because I've been getting into a lot of this information for like 20-something years, and I've been well informed just as well. I've been disinformed and I've been misinformed on a lot of things, and some people I started listening to, and then as you listen to them for so long, you started seeing that no, they're not telling you right, and you have to cut people off, and then so my circle has gotten a lot smaller from a lot of people coming on to listen.
So.
And then
you didn't tick some people off, beloved, because you went out. They kind of blurp you out there a second.
Okay.
Oh, they did. But the thing is, your circles start getting smaller because once you get into a certain amount of information, then you have to kind of like add it up, like tally it up with reality. And it's like it's not so hard to kind of discern who's real and who's not.
Right. Indeed,
right.
Brother. Indeed.
So I'm grateful for y'all show because I don't see any black shows that come on. They talking about who's sleeping with who and who's winning this, and it's like but y'all come on, y'all come straight out the gate. Y'all be like,
hey,
like, man, y'all better start pay attention.
It's life or death. Shoot, we got to bring it all out.
It is. It is life or death. And
it's life or death.
Said it's either truth or it's a lie.
It's a lie. Yep.
And this is the year 2016. This is the year because now they talking about President Obama going out of the office, whatever, how they going to do it. I mean, we pretty much can kind of size that up, but it's going to get kind of thick. It's going to be very thick. This year. In my opinion. So, whatever that election looks like, I mean, I've been telling folks since day one, I don't know why Hillary is running, or Hitler, how you would put it. I don't know how in the world she is running for president with all that stuff in her bag.
All the drama, right. And here's the thing. This is the thing that just straight cracks me up. Nobody's else is going in that seat of position as the corporate leader of the United States Court. We'll be the last one. They know it. That's why it's a circus.
Someone told me that back in 2009. A buddy of mine, I haven't seen him in a while. He told me that Obama was going to be the last president, and this was during his first term. He said he was going to be.
I heard that before he even took a seat in office, and I'll never forget this. I'm in the grocery store. He had just won, because I was a Press O supporter his first round, and I had heard for years that when they put a brother, per se, a highly melanated man in office, that's it. And watch out for him, because he will be linked in with corrupt ones. But of course, like everybody else, I didn't want to see that. Plus, he, was connected to the shot. So I'm in line. He had just won, and everybody was happy. And I'm at the grocery store putting my groceries on the belt. And this Caucasian gentleman, I don't know how the heck the topic even came. It was the checkout man. Now that I think about it, it's so surreal. And he said to me, out of the blue, I lie to you not, he said, he is not who he says he is. He is connected to the Antichrist. I will not lie to you all. I looked at that man. I said, what did you say? And he said it again. And I said, I've heard that. I said, and I put my head down. I said, I'm just hoping that that's not true. And he said, I hope that it's not true either. From that man making that statement and the other seeds that were dropped to me then, from that point forward, I said, I'm going to watch him, and I'm going to watch him well. And it didn't take me long to figure out that prophecy was starting to be in place.
Did you hear it was back in 2006, he was putting down the Bible. He criticized certain parts of Deuteronomy and Leviticus. And it was one point he said, because you know how people feel about the Sermon on the Mount. And he said the Sermon on the Mount is so radical that the Department of Defense would not survive under its application.
What?
Have you heard it? You might find it still on YouTube, but it was back in 2006. And I was checking to see if it was some lip syncing or anything, but it was the actual footage.
Right.
He exactly said that you can go back and you can look it up if you want to, but those were his exact words. So
wow, well, very interesting. Well, and another clue that honed me in, that he was caught with actually one of the books that Sis Divinity and I on Terror Reading did on the Fall of America. He read that book. He was caught reading it. And they literally snapped a picture of him coming off of Air Force One, and that was his reading material, and he got pissed because they snapped a picture of it, and we know why that he got pissed, because that book done by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad is the prophecy that we're living today. So when I saw that picture of him with that book, I said, oh, I know you know what time it is. Oh, okay. I got you. So you're going to play this to the end, huh, bruh? Okay. 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 So, yes.
Okay, brother, I just found the letter. I found the Pope letter dated July 4th, 2014. I'm gonna post it up on the Truth Uncompromised page, sis.
Cool. Well, all right, Sam.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna check. But I was listening. I'm gonna say this one thing. Yeah, I was talking about martial law, and I think we've been under martial law since Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, that is correct.
So
that is correct. Technically, we have absolutely.
Well, I appreciate your show. I'm gonna let somebody else get in and get their piece in, and I'll keep listening.
Okay, thank you, Brother Tim. Peace and love.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for your support and your input. You always bring a lot of good input. Okay, here. Oh, that's our beloved Oracle Tahuti. All right, Oracle, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just hanging in here, letting you know I'm still hanging around. I don't have anything specific to mention.
Okay.
I'm just hanging around, still listening and absorbing this wonderful experience.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, Oracle, I'll put you back on mute, and then just hit me up if you want to put something on it, and I'll open you up for last words, of course.
Okay.
All right, 901, your line is open.
Yes, hello. My name is Andrea, and I am the light, and I love you.
I love you too. Peace and love.
And I want you to know that I appreciate you so much, Sis Rhonda, Sis Saida, Brother Khalid, Brother Wendell, and our great Oracle, Brother Tahuti L. You all are so fabulous, and I wanted to know.
Andrea, is this Andrea Moore? Is this my sister Andrea? Okay.
Yep.
I'm listening to that voice. I'm like, wait a minute, this is Andrea.
Yeah, I see her face. As soon as she said her name, her face popped up in my mind.
Yes.
I just want to know, what did the world expect? You're fabulous, wonderful, amazing, and absolutely the best family a person can have. What did they expect?
And so are you, beloved.
Absolutely. Sister Linda, see, you are so wonderful, and I just can't wait. And my best friend is Renee. She's in Alabama. We cannot wait till you come on, and oh gosh, we just text each other. Oh, they're on. You all are wonderful. I want you to know that I love you very much, and thank you for continuing to educate the family. I love you.
I love you.
We love you too, forever.
Peace and love, beloved. Thank you so much. That was so sweet. Yeah, sis. She chopped it up with us on Facebook. She dropped a lot of information, and then sis Renee, she'll drop me some jewels as well via inbox. So thank you both so much for your support as well. You are part of the family, and you too also bring great information.
Yes,
to
indeed.
the forefront. So we are just the deliverers of that information. So thank you so much for the support, and we love you as well.
We love you, Andrea.
Okay, let's see. 850, your line is open.
How is everyone doing tonight?
We are doing well. How are you?
I cannot complain. I'm doing great.
Good.
I just wanted to kind of add some things to what the conversation of the topic tonight. First, I want to say great class, great class. This is some good food. Y'all opened my mind to a lot of thoughts that I need to go back and research and kind of get well fine-tuned on some of the subjects. But some of the things that y'all was talking about, I had done some research on myself, and I kind of put some of it to the side because of the things I've been learning with Dr. Henderson in the World Court. And but when y'all went to talking about the Nephilim and the Anunnaki, it kind of rung a bell to me because I started out kind of getting unlocked by seeing things like that, understanding symbolism and checking out just strange things like aliens and things like that. And I started always running across people like Jordan Maxwell and David Icke, and then I started running across people like Alex Jones, I want to say. And I started doing more research, and they are the ones that usually go real hard on these topics, and they usually push them out real heavy in the media for these people to be, like, prominent on speaking on these topics. And the further I went to doing the research on them, I found out I got pictures of David Icke and his Illuminati wife, I would want to say. And I got them throwing up some of their Masonic symbols. I have pictures of Alex Jones and I would want to say, what his name would say, Jordan Maxwell. All of them were basically high up Illuminati, should I say, that was kind of keeping people confused about the certain topics. So it kind of threw me off. And that's why I said I put it away a little bit, but I'm glad y'all cleared a lot of that up, or pieces of it. And a lot of it had to do with the bloodlines that they talk about, these elite bloodlines that they want to keep going. And I found out that Paula Pierce, which is Barbara Pierce's mother, is had... Well, let me get it right. Paula Pierce used to court Aleister Crowley, and they had a child named Barbara Pierce, and they passed her off to marry the Bush Senior. So George W. Bush is the grandson of Aleister Crowley, and you can research that if you want to. Another person that pulled this information up, and they wanted to hide him because he had a lot of great information, and he's known still probably today as one of the greatest chess players in the world, was Bobby Fischer. I did some research on Bobby Fischer.
Oh, that's interesting that he knew that.
And you pull Bobby Fischer up. Bobby Fischer, he exploited everything. He did one major. It's not a real big document, but you can pull it up. It's called Bobby Fischer on the Jews, and he would explain everything. He would explain how Bush indicted him for 10 years for playing chess, and it was just basically because he was so smart and everybody was following behind him that if he was to say something, people would take interest on what he said because he was a thinker, and he was known to be one of the greatest thinkers. So. That's just something I wanted to add in with what you were saying about the Nephilim, and he also breaks down a lot about the Jews and how they control everything. Talking about the monetary system and how desperate they are with taking money from people. How y'all was talking about the state troop. I'm not the state troop. I'm sorry, but the U.S. Marshals running in
the Marshals.
Loan. Yeah, about the loan. Well, I'm in Florida, and they have, I noticed, every time around, the election, the state troopers get real crazy here in Florida. And I've been hearing people talking about drones flying around, they've been getting pulled over by drones, not the actual drone pulling them over, but coming from the Alabama state line coming into Florida. It was 10 or 15 people pulled over on the side of the road, and everybody wanted to know what was going on. But they had drones. They've been practicing flying drones, clocking people, and 3-4 miles down the line, they have a state trooper or somebody snatch you down the road. So I was just wanted to share that with the people,
Wow.
So, that's another way that they just kind of, want to steal money off the people and just find ways to, get in our pockets. And, it's a great class. I just wanted to share that little piece of information with everybody. Hopefully it'll help someone.
Thank you,
I love
brother.
what y'all doing. I'm on every call. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. One heart, one mind, one spirit.
One mind and one spirit.
We are we.
Thank you. Thank you, beloved. Love you
Peace
too.
and love. Love you forever.
And you deserve a hand clap for bringing out information on those agents.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Love you too, brother. Thank you so much for that. Very nice breakdown of the different mainstream, alternative media, because, and we've discussed that before on here, where what they will do is, even in our little small circle that we call alternative media, they have their agents that they are funding to put out truth and half-truth. And you have to use discernment in order to dig through it. And what I liked about what that brother said, because once you start, how you know that you're dealing with an agent? Once you start listening to the information, and then it starts sounding repetitive, and then they start to, tell a lie about a certain thing, or they twist the truth a certain way, or they don't want to name names, then you're going to start seeing them for their true colors of being an agent. So very, very good shout out to you, brother, for that information. So, okay, our last caller is 404. 404, your line is open.
404.
Okay, let me try this again. 404, your line is open. Okay, sis, you done just dropped off again. We done tried.
Oh, she's been having some issues with her phone too. I see who that is.
Yeah. So we tried again, sis. We saw you drop off. So.
And I know she had some good to share with us.
I know she did. So, all right, family. Well, I know we kept you all extra. I hope that you got value out of what we discussed tonight in the news. So please take it to heart, do your research, and prepare yourself. So with that said, we will start the last wrap up with the family. So I don't see Brother Khalid anymore. I was going to let him say his last words. I don't see him. Brother Wendell, is your line still open? Nope. Let me bring you back on to say your last words to the family. Brother Wendell, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, you have last words for the family?
Yeah, I wanted to say something when you talked about the guy claiming to be Hinky.
Yes. Shoot, you was on mute. I didn't know you was on mute. Yeah, please come on and put something on it.
This is what I want y'all to know. These people, they listen to us, period. and see, and the reason I say that is, and let me give you the disclaimer. I could be wrong with 15 left shoes. Now,
I love it when he says that.
But see, remember me telling y'all that when I give you something from the Lost Book of Inky, I want to give you the detail that I found and I'm finding. Because, see, all the people out here talking about the Anunnaki and talking about Zechariah Sitchin's work, none of them discuss the detail stuff.
Sure don't.
They don't discuss that. Because if you get into this detail, you'll understand the origin of a whole lot of things that we do.
True that.
Yeah, that's the truth.
True that, brother.
And it's getting tighter and tighter, man. I hit a bunch. It's some stuff that I've been wanting to tell y'all, but y'all told me to put it off and hold off. But I'm at the end of the 10th tablet. That thing got real heavy on that same thing.
No, you can't be blowing the whole the cliffhanger. So just hold on.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do it like that. But I'm just saying the stuff that I'm finding in the detail, and even some of the stuff that I had mentioned earlier.
Mhm.
I'm finding it right here in this book, man. And these people gonna start coming out and talking about it because they know the real deal.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and it to me, and I'm not trying to sound arrogant. I hope I'm not sounding arrogant, but I find it awfully strange that all of a sudden they spun up a call talking about the Anunnaki, this, that, and the third, when we've been doing it for months. And because of the way that we're doing it, going through the different ancient texts and bringing even the more commonly ancient texts, such as the Holy Bible and even the Book of Enoch, that we're pulling all the pieces together and able to give you that detail. So now we're uncovering stuff from under them rocks. So now all of a sudden other folks want to come with Anunnaki stuff with that same blonde hair, blue-eyed crap and royal bloodline. Oh, really?
Yeah. Tell it.
In other words, what they want to do is dismiss who they really are. But see, they got a surprise coming.
Like I said, they better stop playing because it's going to be revealed whom is who.
Yeah, because when they come back here and set one of them damn spaceships down, it's all over.
Exactly, because they're already hovering. By the way, I just saw a video that our sis posted, Saida, and it was about Nibiru is now visible, and it was a 15 to 18 minute video. It has no audio to it; it's all visual with the wording on the screen to read. And they're just showing various pictures of Nibiru plain as day with the moons and all of that, showing all of the second suns and showing them doggone spaceships. And shout out to Brother Tom, because when Brother Tom and I was asking Dr. Henderson the last time he was here about the colors that we kept seeing in the sky, the purples and the pinks, and Brother Tom got to the point and said, is it a spaceship? And Dr. Henderson confirmed they even in this video showed those cloak spaceships by the sun, like Brother Tom said, and just like I said, and Brother Tom confirmed, with the pink and the purple hue in the sky. So again, these people sitting up here playing, doing the dirty work of their controllers for this fake fiat or whatever reason they think that they're doing it. They don't know. They are literally and figuratively playing with fire. They literally are.
Yep.
Run.
Literally.
Yes,
Run.
sir.
Can I add something
sir.
on about those
Absolutely.
spaceships? I'm gonna give y'all a little tip to know when you seeing one.
Go ahead on with it, brother.
I go outside on my little patio and back my apartment and look all the time. Where you see nothing in the sky, no stars, period. Nowhere. As big as the sky is, you don't see not one star.
Say it.
You see one light up there. It can't be nothing else. It can't be nothing else.
That's deep. Now you know that's deep, right?
Yeah, that's deep.
It can't be nothing else.
Bring it.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
And if you look at it, close enough, you will see in the center of it, it's round, but the light come down sort of like a pyramid, 2 on each side and 1 on the top. It can't be nothing else. It can't be nothing else.
Yes, Wendell, I concur. Yes, because I'm a sky watcher. So, yes.
That's really, really interesting.
Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, now I know what to look for. Wow. Well, thank you for that, brother. So what last words do you have for the family?
Hey, man, stay tuned, because we, like I said, if we have to do 4 or 5 hours of news and discussing and all that, that's a beautiful thing, because, we may have to put down what we've been studying to deal with what's happening now. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
we may be comfortable in now, but some of our people may not be comfortable in the now. So we got to get them comfortable, with the now, so that we can go back and get the past and bring that forward. Because if they ain't comfortable with now, they sure can't handle that stuff that happened 400,000-500,000 years ago. You understand what I'm saying?
You indeed, you right about that.
and
look, what we bringing forward.
Right, and see, and they definitely can't handle that stuff that old that we have artifacts on this planet today. That they done dug up and hiding in the museums, under the Vatican, in the White House, in the libraries. They hiding all that information that's thousands and thousands of years old.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. Agreed. Thank you so much, Brother Wendell. Let me open back up our beloved Oracle Tahuti. Let him give some last words to the family. Oracle Tahuti, your line is open.
Oh, unrighteous ones, when will you stop writing yourselves falsely into history? All of ancient scripture describes us, the melanated people. You cannot take our place. Look at Job 30th chapter, 30th verse. My skin is black upon me, and my bones are burnt with heat.
Yes.
Look at Solomon, the Songs of Solomon, the 5th verse. I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Let's look at the book of Revelations, 1st chapter, and the 15th verse. It says, and his feet like unto fine brass. Brass is a brown metal. As if they burned in a furnace, which meant he was a dark-skinned, melanated black man. So as we reach into the archives of the true story, Scripture, we find that us melanated people are the ones who are described. So stop falsely trying to place yourself in our position. We are the ancient ones.
That's right.
We are the ones who you try to give our story to others. We are the parents. You are the children.
That's right.
And I yield.
Shame, Oracle. Shame. And that's all. We got to get in our places.
Love you.
Yes.
Absolutely. Love you much.
Yes, forever.
Oracle. Love you much. And I got to send out a well, because he brought that. Absolutely.
Hey. Y'all can call him Oracle or whatever you want to call him. But I made it plain and simple, and it's real. Just like when I met Dr. Henderson, and I shook his hand, I said, my big brother. And Brother Tahuti, you my big brother. I ain't accepting nothing else. That's the bottom line, baby.
That's right.
I know that's right. I know that's right. And Sis Sahida, I love it when you said we need to get in our place.
That's it. Everybody has a place on this planet, no matter who you are. But you got to know who you are in order to get in that place, okay? The feminine energy is here, okay, to bring us women up to our places because we've been down below our place, okay? Now we're coming up into our place. Please allow us to come into our position, men.
Absolutely.
I know y'all done held it down for this long, but it's time for us to come and meet you, not surpass you, like Dr. Henderson said. We're doing this together.
Right. It is a balance. That is the yin and the yang, and that is why one of the reasons why we're in the position that we are in now, because us being the parents as the melanated people broke Father Yah's laws.
Absolutely.
We got it out of whack.
That's right. Nobody else.
And the ancient ones are returned to correct it and move forward. So again, that is what this is about. Take your place. We are taking our place. Absolutely.
Hey, Rhonda.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you said that. I just want to share this because I had maybe nobody else heard it, but at Indexing there was a Asian family. I think it was like 4 people in that family, and this lady got on the elevator with me and my daughter and my grandson, and she said, "I'm so glad that y'all are stepping up."
Whoa! You almost got tears in my eyes. Whoa!
She said that.
Yeah.
I told her, I said, "Hey, don't worry about it. I said, more of us coming. They know who we are. They've been waiting on us to come." And I was having a conversation with my daughter about that and explained it to her. Yeah, she's right. They know exactly who we are. And she mentioned about when they go to the nail shop, that these Asian people run this nail shop, all they having is black statues. I said, baby, they telling y'all. They worship y'all. They've been waiting on y'all.
I keep telling our people that, and, some of them say, oh, they're racist. I said, hold up. Where are you getting that from? Are you basing that because you done went to the little Chinese food place and got shaved, or you done went and got your nails did, and you feel that they talking about you like a dog? I said, let me tell you something. I stepped on the soil of China. I know what I saw and what I felt, and when I walked down the street, I had a fro back then, y'all. It was fly. Not as fly as Empress. Oh, I love her fro. I know, right? Fly as Empress. I wouldn't have my locks today, but I had my little fro back then. I'm walking down the street, and people would just stop and look in awe. It was not racism. They would stop and hug me, take pictures, and if they had someone with them that spoke English, would be translating for me, where are you from in America, blah, 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 just fascinated. I literally was walking down the street in Xi'an, and anybody that knows Xi'an, it has a huge young population, very bustling city. So I'm walking down the street. Another young fella is walking towards me. I had my fro. He was trying to emulate a fro. And when he saw me coming down the street with my fro, you should have saw his face lit up. I saw him trying to get his fro, and I smiled, and he just smiled at me, and I walked past him, he walked past me, and then I turned around, and he was walking backwards looking at my fro. So absolutely, family, wake up. Melanated people, wake up. They know who we are. We don't know who we are.
Right.
Step into your position. Get up out the fog and take your position.
Yeah.
You are giving yet again the new covenant of our Father Allah. Get on point. So,
hey, Rhonda.
Yes, sir.
I want to give our family some fair warning about that too. This is the new covenant.
Yes.
You won't get another one.
Well, say that again. Please say that again.
This is the new covenant. You won't get another one.
Did you hear that? Hopefully you heard that, family. You let it seep in. You better enter and overstand. This is it.
You either step up and be who he created you to be, or be destroyed. Now that's your choice.
Absolutely. There will be another redeemer. But there will not be another redeemer. This is the last.
Yep. Michael Jackson said it.
Sure did. For
He
those
said
of
this
you,
is it.
For those of you that were indexed, that participated in that process, please enter and overstand. You made history. It was very, very sacred.
Yes.
That book that you wrote your name in, y'all just don't know. That was a sacred act.
Hey, maybe
physical manifestation.
Hey, Rhonda.
Yes, sir.
Maybe now they understand why I really hug that book.
I knew why. When she said you picked it up, I said, that's my boys' dream team. We know we be on it. Because when I saw it, it took my breath away. I said,
exactly.
This is beautiful. And I said, quote, it is literally and figuratively the Lamb's Book of Life. I was blown away. I'm like, it's almost like it was a dream, because as Oracle Tahuti said, I was written with so for you to be here at this time as this is being implemented, please, please, please enter and understand how powerful it is. Yes. We are creating history that, just like we sitting here now chopping it up about the creation story myth, our children and children will be chopping it up about what we are doing now. Step up, take your position.
Rhonda.
Yes, sir.
One more thing on the importance of that book that I haven't heard anybody even mention or say anything about. Somebody has been holding that book for we don't know how long, waiting on Dr. Henderson. Waiting on Dr. Henderson to come and get that book.
Wendell, I know what you mean, because I was looking at that book and I was like, this book is specifically made for this right now.
Now, let me ask a question.
Yes.
If anybody else can go out there with me, it don't matter. I go out there by myself. Just what if one of our Anunnaki ancestors flew that down here and left it?
Well, I ain't want to start no mess, but all I'm saying is that I'm wrong. How do we know, as part of the indexing process, that we weren't standing before?
Hey.
I'm wrong. I'm not trying to start nothing. I'm just saying.
I hear you.
I'm just saying, because none of us know.
two and two together.
I'm just saying, because my question the whole time was, where was the book?
Where was the book?
Where was the book before Dr. Henderson got it? They had to be waiting on him to come and get it. So somebody was holding that book for an awful long time, and it looked real fresh to me.
It sure do. Looks fresh, new.
But that book is old. But it looks real fresh.
I was gonna say it's got an ancient feel to it. The energy on it is all ancient.
Yeah.
Well, very excellent point, brother. Excellent point. And
indeed.
We needed to, all that was indexed and felt that energy move throughout that room. You need to pay attention who was in that room and who they really are. That's all I'm going to say on that. So now you do your research and come to your own conclusion. So very good point. Very good point, Brother Wendell. So, sis, did you have any last words you wanted to give to the family?
Yes. I'd like to share Romans chapter 8, verse 35 through 39. And it says, who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall trouble or hardship or persecution or famine or nakedness or danger or sword? As it is written, for your sake we face death all day long. We are considered as sheep to be slaughtered. No, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of Yah Allah that is in Joshua Mashiach, our Lord. And I yield.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, sis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Miss Gwen has requested to come back in. She must be having an amen revelation moment. So I'm going to let her back in. Okay, sis, your line is open. You have any last words you wanted to say?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Beloved. Yes, we can hear you, beloved.
Brother Wendell, you made me forget. I mean, I forgot, but you made me remember. When Queen Sharma said the Galactic sent her to Dr. Henderson. She didn't get an invitation. She wasn't on calls. She didn't know anything about Dr. Henderson. She showed up. She just showed up.
That's right.
And when she showed up, Sis Linda said she was talking, and she had to stop and say, who are you and why are you here? She came in there with such majestic, but she said the Galactics, Brother Wendell, she said the Galactics told her exactly where to go get the book. And she went and got the book.
You can tell. You can tell anybody that those of us that seen the book, it will take your breath away. You can
Yes. She said that they told her exactly where to go and get the book, and she had 2 additional books with that. And she said that those books were for Dr. Henderson and her to write the manifestation of what's happening next. And when she said that, I'm overwhelmed. Like, what do you mean? You're gonna? What do you mean you went and got these books? What do you mean? They're about to manifest what we are going to do going forward. Just like the book was created for the present right now, they're gonna keep writing. The book is leather bound. It has the 7 chakras on. It has the 7 chakras on it.
Breathtaking.
Yeah.
Breathtaking. The 7 chakras are on the book. Not only that, the books that they have still have the 7 chakras that they're going to be, not quite 7, but maybe 3, 4, whatever. But it has the information that they need to write going forward. And so when Brother Wendell started talking, I'm remembering the books that they have. And the book is leather-bound, brown, and the pages are lambskin.
Thank you. That's why I said figuratively and literally.
Literally. Lambskin. The pages in the books are lambskin.
Exactly. And it blew me away. I'm like, I was looking around to myself like, am I in a dream? I gotta be in a dream. I gotta be in a dream.
No, you were not in a dream, sis. When she said the book, Queen Shama said the books were lambskin. And when I walked in the room and I saw Queen Shama, I thought I had to look at her double take because my eyes were, something happened with my eyes. And I told her later, I said, Queen, what is this I'm seeing? She said, you're seeing the energy that she said, you're seeing the light.
Right.
You're seeing the light. And the light is, I'm giving you the light now. It's up to you to go show people. But when Brother Wendell held that book in his breast, in his bosom, he held it. He held it. And I know I was kind of laughing about it, but this is a serious part. He held the book like I'm hugging everybody in my family to let them know that I love them and I cherish them. And that was so amazing.
Absolutely.
The book was leather bound with lambskin pages.
Yes. Yes.
And
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
And she said the Galactic sent her to get the book. Dr. Henderson didn't even know what the book was. They sent her to go get it. Told her where it was. Went and got the books, and she came back. We even saw the Bible that was from 1611.
Wow, what a treat.
We touched it. I read the pages. I felt it. I looked at it. I'm like, are you kidding me? That was from Hannibal, Dr. Henderson's cousin. And the Bible was on the table. The cup was on the table. The books were on the table. And we saw it all. So I want to say that I'm so sorry I missed that, but it was the most amazing experience ever.
Yes.
And that Lamb Books of Light is in leather bound.
It's real.
The 7 chakras on the front cover, and the pages are lambskin, and I yield.
Thank you so much, sis. I'm so glad you came in and broke that down because I didn't want to break that down for a particular reason, but I'm so glad that you did break that down for the family. And when I thought back to the whole indexing experience and I thought back to signing my name in red, and I know why it was in red, it hit me a week later. Wow. That's the 144,000.
Yeah.
And it literally, it still takes my breath away. It's all deep.
Yeah.
It's very, very deep. So family, pay attention to what's going on. Wake up. Take your position.
With no fear.
With no fear. It's all in love. This is really a joyous moment. Again, now, Sis Gwen, you just hit me to, because I always make the statement that we are making history and history will be written. Well, that was already answered. That the new history going forward is literally being written. So this is a very precious time. Be honored that you are a part of it, and share what you can to others, so if their heart is touched, that they may also experience this time. So those are my last words to the family. I do want to thank you all again for hanging in here with us tonight. We almost did another 5-hour one, you all.
Okay.
Hopefully the information that we shared with you has been of value. We do want to let you know that we love you very much. We thank you for your support. We feel the love coming from you all, and we want to let you know to be happy and joyous. I know we went over a lot of stuff that's going on, that's hitting hard, that's coming, that we're going through now, but guess what? You're lucky. You're favored because you are awake as the prophecy is being fulfilled. You will be able to clearly step into your role and be waiting as the rest of the family awakens, because once that 144,000 is sealed, Father Yah Allah will do the rest with the twinkling or the blink of an eyelid. So please, and I thank Sis Shelley for that, because Sis Shelley said that on the call either Friday or Wednesday, and she took the breath out of me. I said, say it, Sis Shelley. So I'm going to say that again. The 144,000, once they have been sealed, Father Yah Allah will seal the rest with the blink of an eye. So treasure and enjoy this moment. Pay attention so you may teach your children and your children's children what you were fortunate enough to be a part of. So with that said, we're going to close, family. Dr. Henderson will have two calls tomorrow night. One will be the UN call in the morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Check the SOV CPR site for the specific dial-in information, and then he will be back for the global U.S. update at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Check the SOV CPR site for that information as well. I promise y'all, I know Sister Divinity and I, and it hasn't been her, it's been me. I've had a lot on my plate. We will be back Tuesday with tarot reading with our review of When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. We will be back next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. But in the meantime, Monday we have two calls going on. The first one is with Empress Shama. They go over the indexing process every Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and she also has a guest speaker. So check the SOV CPR site for that dial-in information. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, you have Prophecy with Sis Linda, Sis Oracle Denise, and Sis Beverly at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Truth Uncompromised Network, same dial-in information. And then next Thursday, make sure you get positioned, dialed in early, because Dr. Henderson is scheduled to join us next Thursday on Truth Uncompromised show at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, if his schedule permits. So check the Truth Uncompromised Facebook page for details. So with that, family, the Dream Team will sign out. So we do want to say peace, love, truth, freedom, and justice. One heart, one mind, and one spirit. And with that, family, we say nightfall. We're going to rock out with some music. Love